the evil and the ugliness of people's hearts these days is everywhere.
This is Franky Rose's Think Tank. Here's your host, Franky Rose.
Hey guys, welcome to the Think Tank. Ready for some snark fest. I love it. I think that's pretty much where we're headed. Oh, lordy, lordy. How are you guys doing? Good morning, Dingo. So, I haven't talked about this with anybody, but has anybody else heard about what's going on with, totally off subject, totally not true crime, but it's breaking my heart. Julia Roberts has got terminal throat cancer. It's like, oh my God, not Pretty Woman. Did you guys hear that? I had no idea. And she's a personal favorite. It's just like, damn. That disease is getting everybody right now. I don't know what's going on. Is it the boosters maybe? I don't know. That's what you hear. I'd love to know if she had boosters. But yeah, it sounds like she's lost her voice for the most part and not doing the best. So yeah, heartbreaking thing to share first thing in the morning. But, you know, this world keeps spinning, doesn't it? Isn't that heartbreaking? In her 50s? I mean, I've watched her right from the get-go. She's just one of those kind of people that stood out, you know, had that smile that was infectious. Still is, I'm sure. I don't want to talk about her like she's gone already, but I just thought that was the saddest thing ever. It's like, oh, my word. So, yeah. And then I was reading, let's see, how long is this? I don't know if I can share it. Phoenix man convicted in quadruple cartel M case. So this looks, let's see here. 33-year-old Phoenix man has been convicted of deleting 4 men in the failed attempt to take over their substance business. So I guess it's not brand new, because it says he's been convicted. But I just seen the picture this morning, so it must be an older one. I won't share it, being that it isn't new, but holy, you know, hard enough keeping track of our own people, let alone bringing in that kind of mess. I'll just put it back here and see where we're at. Put this on, that off. And we're good to go. Morning, Ruthie. Good morning, good morning. Just waiting for Auntie Bev to open up the courtroom. We were just talking about how sad it is about Julia Roberts being diagnosed with terminal throat cancer. Sounds like she had a bit of a cough and it was a little worse than they expected. Sounds like they found a couple things, and the first one had gone right to the brain is what the second one they found, the bigger one, I guess the cancer had spread to her brain. So her family, and I mean, they're not in the best condition right now, right? I don't want to, I just hope that she can get through this process without a lot of suffering on both sides, the family and herself. Yeah, I heard it last night. And it was, you know, upsetting, right? So I just pray that her and her family are not, I mean, they're going to suffer, but I don't want her to suffer in other ways either, right? Everybody's heart's going to suffer around her. I'm sure she was as loved by her family as she was by all of us, right? More so, of course. So yeah. Oh. Yeah, just a little bit of heartbreaking news in the morning. So, yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? That was interesting. The only thing that I didn't like about him is he spoke about a lot of things that he said it as fact. And until we know from law enforcement, not retired, just actual law enforcement that is still working on this case or has been, I rather hear from the documents as fact than listen to somebody from the outside of things, even though he's got a really good perspective. I don't think that it should be stated as fact, you know? And it's not just this guy. I mean, a lot of people are out there stating their personal opinions as fact. And I wish we weren't seeing so much of that with this case because it kind of dilutes it. I love Julia. She made curly hair a good thing. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Just a spectacular woman, you know. I've never seen her anything but classy, you know. I know that her and her husband, what's his last name? Motor, Danny Motor. I'm not sure. Danny. They had a couple kids, I do believe, right? Pretty much heartbreaking. So yeah, just I wish her family well. Oh, look at you can see my computer in the back. Have you got the curly hair? I'm envious. I'm envious. Mine gets a little bit of curl, but then I mean it weighs out and it goes flat. Flat. So yeah, sad news. I'm not seeing it anywhere else right now. So, you know, if we get any kind of information on this, I'll share it because, yeah, she's been a big part of a lot of people's lives, right? As far as her acting career, she's touched a lot of lives. So we should start making, I don't know, what do you call it? Try and pick a time where Auntie Bev actually shows up to court on time. It's only 7:02, but this woman is not good at keeping her own schedule. Go figure. Look what she did to the numbering system. When she said to Alan Jackson, you know, one of the first couple days we were seeing, he went to give the evidence number and she's like, oh, numbers don't matter. Just, you know, numbers don't matter. And I'm like, what? You don't want the evidence numbers? And then a few days later here, she's like, oh, you know, making it seem like it's the lawyers that screwed this up. No, Bev, we seen you. We watched you. We know how that went down. You know, as they say in Richard Allen's case, the world is watching, Bev. I don't think you realize this. But with that said, I did notice yesterday that she did actually shut down some of Lolly's, you know, objections. Yes, like a betting pool. When does Bev show up? Where the hell is Waldo? Yeah. We should have either that or on how many times she interrupts the defense. I wonder if I turn this light off in the back. Hang on this. I'm going to see if that works a little better for you guys. Is that any better? I got that light off. I wanted to be able to see all my crystals and stuff back there. You can't really see them. My cabinet is all full of different types of crystals and rocks and fossils and what have you. And I've always wanted to kind of have that show in the back because they're so pretty. But yeah, it's got a mirror on the back. So it makes it so we can't see it. I got all sorts of towers, crystal towers on the back, and some wands, and just some really cool pieces. She should wear a red and white striped shirt. Oh, lordy, lordy, Auntie Bev. 5 after. And then you watch. She'll call the jury in, then she'll have a sidebar. She runs her courtroom in a very odd way. Oh, do you, Ruthie? Should put them on Discord. I'd love to see them. I love it. I love it. Do you enjoy, or do you collect like the chakra crystals? Are you into that type of thing? I very much like them. I've got a couple chakra pendants, but I've been moving things around in my house and I don't know where anything is. I've got like jewelry everywhere right now. It's like, oh my God, will I ever get organized? We've only lived in this house like 4 years. Into the chakras. Nice. Nice. Do you know how hard it was for me to find a piece of citrine that I could wear? So hard. And then, of all places, Pandora ended up having, I love my Pandoras, but they ended up having just this tiny, tiny little crystal. Tiny, tiny little thing there. And that's all I was able to find for my citrine. Yeah, love the chakras. As much as gold is nice, I still kind of like white gold, silver, pewter. Not pewter, no. Well, I do in items, I guess. Very nice. Very nice. Auntie Bev 707 on May 7th. Huh. Get all those sevens. Have you got a nice citrine to wear, Ruthie? I've got... Well, of course, what is it here? Now, it turns into citrine just a little bit after a while. You know. I'm going to dark here, but yeah, my citrine is a bit over there. Can you see it? Not my citrine, my not to wear. Yeah, I wanted one to wear. It's supposed to be positive, right? Yeah. Did you go out? Are you a rock hound, Ruthie? Do you like going out and looking for them? Yeah, amethyst. Thank you. Amethyst, after a while, turns into citrine. So amethyst is, I still like it quite a bit. I got lots of smaller pieces. Like the one I just showed you, I don't have any huge pieces of oh, nice. Yeah, I love antiques. Love the stores, antique stores. I went to one rock store and they had a little bit of jewelry, and I was like, okay, can you make this into with citrine? And he's like, oh yeah. No, he didn't. Lordy. So yeah, it's a hard thing to find. Dandy's got a really nice collection. Yeah, antique shops, and I really do. It's how, if how I like to get my exercise is rock hounding and what have you. Our creeks up here have got a lot of quartz, smoky quartz, the regular quartz. We find a lot of that around here. Petrified wood. There's a lot of fossils if you go to the right spot. Jet and Blue John. I don't know what that is, Ruthie. You and I should do some swapping. Should do a little bit of swapping. Okay, Auntie Bev, 7-Eleven, man, oh man. Wow. This is unreal. And then I'll bet you money at some point she's going to make it sound like this was the lawyers again. She doesn't seem to own her own ish. Blue John are very rare, so I don't have any of that. I wonder what it is. Blue John. I'm going to look it up. Oh, let's see here. Blue John. Let me... Oh, yes. Very beautiful. I'll say. Look at that. Now, I've got fluorite. That's gorgeous. Does it, I wonder, labradorite, does there got anything to do with that? Etsy, beautiful rare. That's gorgeous. That is gorgeous. Oh, Dingo, she was just, last night I heard that she has been diagnosed with terminal throat cancer. Oh, did you? I like fluorite. I think I've got a fairly decent piece while we're waiting. I had a fairly nice piece of the fluorite. There's kind of... I'm just trying to get the lighting where you can actually see how pretty it is, but yeah. This here is still one of my favorite pieces. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a rock hound. We tumble some stuff. Thank you. Well, hello, Brat. How you doing, friend? Yeah, I do enjoy my crystals. I've got some really small ones as well. I do. Depending on what it is. But maybe someday on a members live, we can go through and we can all look at our stuff. Got to get doing some of that. Don't forget, you guys, if you're not a member, if you're enjoying the content and enjoying the chat, join us over in Discord, because it is a great platform. Everybody's very, very relaxed over there. The person doesn't have to talk like they're two. It's awesome. But you have to be a member. It comes with the membership. But you would love it over there, let me tell you. Yeah, that's most of them. I mean, I've got things scattered all around. I got stuff everywhere. You'd laugh if you seen some of this stuff, but you don't want to see my stuff? Keep your junk in your trunk. Keep your junk in your trunk. Okay, guys, why is she like 16 minutes late? I didn't know this woman. The world is watching, Bev. I used to have on Facebook a new and used site, and it was called, what was it called? Franky Rose's, something, but keep your junk in your trunk is what. Oh, my mother just thought I was horrible. I'm like, she's funny. Tony. I hope she puts on two. It'll help with her personality. Wouldn't that be something? The perjury meeting. Yeah. She said she might talk about that today, so let's see, because, I mean, when someone's being accused of perjury, you don't just put it off like she did yesterday. Oh, we'll talk about that tomorrow. No big deal, perjury. I don't even know what those are, so I'm not going to ask, I don't think. I don't think I want to ask. What is wrong with this woman? Oh, my word. Bev, get it together, woman. James would be like freaking. They don't recall women. Woman. They don't recall woman. She just doesn't give two shites. I think that she just figures that courtroom is hers. And who cares about the rest of the world and their silly laws? It's insane. It's insane. I just cannot get over this woman. It's the same. Like, we've got Richard Allen coming up, right? And that's going to be a bit of a shite show. No one's allowed inside the courtroom. They're not streaming it, not even the audio. I mean, that woman does not want anyone to know what's going on in her courtroom. Cash Me Outside is going to be jealous of I don't recall. Oh, yeah. I don't recall. It has been ridiculous. And I really hope that the jury is paying attention, because every single person that the defense has brought up, as soon as the prosecution has brought up, and in a matter of no time, as soon as it is the defense's term, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't recall. I don't recall. I said I don't recall. And it's like, are you kidding me? None of them. And I mean, these are people that their jobs require that they have good memories and that they take notes. I mean, that one cop said he didn't do a report on John O'Keefe being in this front yard until like a year later. A year. And then they want to sit here and go, how's your memory? It's like, how the F is your memory? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? It's quite the thing to see. It's been a disgrace in a lot of ways. It's I mean, I hope the judge looks back at her actions and goes, "Oh, I better smarten up here. I can't look so biased." Yeah, how do you wait a whole year to write a report? I guess welcome to Canton. Is that what they tell us basically? I don't even know anymore what to think of them. And for the most part, most of the people that the prosecution seems to be bringing out, they're actually supporting the defense more than themselves. Oh, they're sweeping off our roads. She's helping the defense more than she's helping herself or the prosecution. Oh, lordy, lordy, I got thrown off. His witnesses are helping the defense more than they're helping his side, the prosecution. You know, it's just, I don't think the prosecution has got as much as they need, maybe. They have been. They absolutely have been. Great with the prosecution, and then they're like, their whole personality, their whole demeanor changes as soon as it's like, okay, they're going to have some questions for you. And all of a sudden they're like, what? Yep, exactly, Dingo. A cop that lives across the road whose front door camera happened to not work that evening. Yeah. Oh, Auntie Bev is in the court. Let's see here. Give me two. As soon as they come up, we'll take a look. 7:22. He's doing his he's here ye. There we go.
My name, your attendants, you shall be heard. State of Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
Hey,
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Your Honor, Alan Jackson from the street.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of this.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
And good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I apologize for the delay this morning.
Yep.
What I'm going to start doing, we don't want to keep you folks waiting, and sometimes there's traffic or other reasons that we're delayed. Rather than reporting at 8:20 in the morning, I'm going to let you report at 8:30. Okay, just we'd rather you have us waiting than we have you waiting. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since you left yesterday? No. Everyone said no. Okay, thank you very much. Could we have Sergeant Good, please?
Giddy up, here we go.
Okay, thanks, Jim.
Sir, can you raise your right hand one more time? You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury the case now here and should the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes. Thank you.
Here we go, guys.
Okay, good morning. Right, we all set?
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Here we go, guys. Ready for I
Sergeant,
don't
you are
recall?
familiar with the key swipe system at the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury how that works?
So police officers are issued looks like a credit card. I have it in my wallet. Anytime I enter or leave the police department, the exterior doors going out the back there's a key scan. You put up to it to unlock the door to come in. When you leave, you don't have to go in, but if you need to go into the booking area, you have to scan yourself in and out. And to get out of the Sally points, you have to scan in and out.
Okay, and just trying to keep your voice up so that
Yes,
these
sorry.
last few jurors can hear you. How many officers on your department have those keys that can be swiped?
I would believe all of them.
Okay. And how many, or strike that. Do you know how this information is stored at the Canton Police Station?
I do not. I don't know the software, but I believe it's recorded anytime we would come and go.
Okay. And you say you believe that it's recorded at the time that the information is obtained? In other words, somebody key swipes in and that information is then stored, you believe, at the Canton Police Station?
I don't know the software, so I wouldn't be able to give you an educated response to that. I'm
And
not sure.
do you yourself, as a sergeant, have access to the key swipe data, or is that limited to certain officers at the department?
I don't believe I have access to that. I've never accessed
You've
that.
never accessed it. Okay. Your Honor, we do have a stipulation between the parties, if the court will accept it, to introduce the key swipe records from January 29th of 2022.
Okay.
I would offer that as the next exhibit.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Are they subject to redactions?
Yes, we have redacted them. The court can certainly take a look to make sure that.
Have you all agreed to the redactions?
May we approach justice to that?
Yes.
There we go. Sidebar. Look at how they look. You just watch John O'Keefe's family and how they stare at her. It's just not cool. Every time they go up, she's got to sit there by herself with them glaring at her. They're certainly not making it look like they're on her side. And I don't think it's safe to have them that close. Just my opinion. Just my opinion. Look at that. Not sure who that woman is. There's his dad again. And his mom. Yeah, I don't even know that it's a safe thing to do. I definitely think that this is done for a reason, but I look at that, like the family, the dad, just the mom. That's a horrible situation that they've created there. Why would they not have Karen's supporters there? Are they afraid there'd be some kind of contact? But if that's the case, what don't you think that John O'Keefe's family would be interested in some contact as well? The physical kind, possibly? I'm sure the lawyers don't care, but I'm sure it's uncomfortable for Karen. I'm not sure why the volume is off. It's not us. Not us.
Before you now took the stand today, did you go over your report?
My police report?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you looking for anything specifically?
No.
How long did you take to review that report between yesterday and today?
I scanned over it.
Few minutes?
Sure. Yes.
Have you spoken to anybody about your report?
No,
Nobody from the Canton Police?
no.
You recall that I had asked you about the fact that one name had not been completely spelled out in terms of first name, right?
Yes,
And you had, I believe, indicated that Sergeant Lank was the one that altered that or added that to the report.
not altered. So he was the one that got those names. So when he entered his report, I believe he would enter those.
Okay, and so he entered that into your report, correct?
Anybody writes a supplemental, if you have the authorization, can enter who you speak to add those names. I only spoke to Miss Roberts, Miss Reed, and Miss McCabe that morning.
Okay, but the report has your name on it, correct?
Yes,
Did you speak to anybody from the prosecution, either Mr. Lally or Ms. McLaughlin or anybody else from that office about this issue?
no,
You would agree with me that it is important when you're writing a police report to be transparent, correct?
yes,
You want to be clear, correct?
yes,
You do not want to mislead the reader into believing something that is not true, correct?
yes.
Could I see P and Q for identification, please? Thank you, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you first P for identification. You identified that yesterday, correct?
Yes,
We went over with the jury the 5 bits of information that are up at the top of the report, starting with the incident number, correct?
yes,
You had indicated again, incident 22-87-OF,
yes,
call 22-449,
yes,
date and time reported January 29th, 22 at 6:08.
yes,
And the report date and time was January 29th of 22 at 8:24 a.m., correct?
yes,
Reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
yes.
I'd like to show you now what has been marked Q for identification. And you can hang on to P if you like. With regard to those bits of information, first of all, let me have you identify Q for identification. I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm reading Q.
Okay, what is Q for identification?
Exhibit Q.
Right. What is the actual document?
We call this a face sheet.
Okay. And with regard to P for identification, that's also a face sheet, correct?
Yes,
They appear to be nearly identical, correct?
correct, except I'm looking at the top right corner. One says 1/30/2022, and the next would be 10/25/2022.
That is the print date of the report, correct?
Okay, I don't know.
So regardless of when those 2 face sheets had been printed, ignore that. With regard to the information about the incident number and the date of the report and the date of the incident and the reporting officer, those appear to be identical, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to P for identification, which is the first report that you were shown, and you were shown that yesterday, and now you have it in front of you, there is a photo on the right side of that report, is there not?
There is.
Do you know what that photo is of?
It looks like the scene probably a couple days later when the snow had melted.
Okay. Does it look like a berm that was actually
Exposed?
uncovered by the officers on scene the very first day?
Yes. Are we looking at Q?
No, at
At
P.
P? Yes. P, yes. Looks like the berm. Correct.
And then with regard to Q for identification, which again is the face sheet with the identical information, is there a different photo?
Yes.
What does that photo appear to depict, if you know?
It looks like the same area that Mr. O'Keefe possibly was found, I believe.
Those two documents, P for identification and Q for identification, those are actually your report, correct?
Correct. But can I explain?
Mr. Lally will, I'm sure, let you explain. At this point, I'm going to be asking the questions if you don't mind. Your Honor, I would offer into evidence as full exhibits both P and Q for identification. Just the face sheet.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the objection sustained.
May we approach?
Okay.
Could I see those, please?
Why did she sustain that? Unreal. Unreal. Bev's off to a fine start. Yeah, all front seat within. Look at how close they are. Why would she ask if there's an objection? Isn't that the prosecutor's job? I would think so. I would think so. And she sustained it immediately, without even catching her breath to think about it. I don't know. I mean, this courtroom is, none of it's normal. None of it I've seen it before. She runs her courtroom like she's a mess. So it sounds like they're going to start a half hour later, because it does sound like people are not making it there on time. So they've moved it to 8:30. I don't know if that'll help or not, but we'll see. We'll see tomorrow. I don't know if she's going to have a full day. I don't know if she's going to address that perjury issue. That could be, Tony. Oh, did she, Dandy? Caught a glitch in the surveillance they showed yesterday. So, what, like, does it look like something was altered, or? Oh, yeah, I sent you a message. Damn. Oh, lordy, lordy. Oh, lordy, lordy. I'm sorry I missed that. I was out like a light. Do tell. Send it to me in Discord or whatever, because people disappear in it. Oh, I'm sorry I missed that, guys. Once I fall asleep, I am out like a light. Do you guys want to take a look at it maybe on break or something? Is that we can go into Discord and talk about it while the video glitches, but the timestamp never does. Oh. Does it? Tony, do you want to try and join me on panel again? Okay. I will talk at Mexi once she's up and about. I can send you the link again, Tony. You should come up. Okay. I'll send it to you here. And then when they're doing stuff like this, you and I can chit chat. Let me. Okay. If you click on that, it should bring you here. Defense needs that if they don't already.
Mr. Lally, I'm sorry, there's one.
I'm looking forward to seeing it. It's usually fairly easy, so I hope we can get you up, Tony. I'll see you if you pop in. I'll definitely see you, so. I don't think you need StreamYard downloaded.
Hello.
Hey, Tony.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, not super clear, but I
James,
can
you
hear
can
you.
ask while you wait for this.
I'm just getting the exhibit that I need, Your Honor. I appreciate it. All right, while I'm waiting for that, may I approach?
Yes.
So what I do is I mute when they are doing their thing. And that way we get a better signal for everyone.
Okay, I've placed a photo before you, Sergeant Hood. Do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes,
What does it depict?
I believe that's a photo of a piece of a taillight.
And when you say a photo of a piece of a taillight, you're obviously referring to a piece of a taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview in Canton.
Yes,
Now, that
I'm here, I'm
photo
just messing with my
is
volume.
the photo that is
No problem.
included in exhibit Q for identification that you previously saw, right? That's the second photo, is it not?
on the second face sheet that he gave me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. And I'm showing you, if I may approach again,
Yes.
what has already been marked exhibit 20A. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's the berm from that morning.
Okay. And exhibit 20A is the photo that was in the first version of your report, which was P for identification, correct?
Yes.
I can take those back from you, sir.
Hello.
Can you sit down? Published the two photos, I'm sorry. With regard to the first photo that you identified, which was the piece of taillight that allegedly was found at 34 Fairview, that was a fair and accurate representation of that photo, correct?
Yes.
All right. May I offer that, Your Honor?
Okay, there's no objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 42.
Morning, Christy. Good to see ya. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
Okay, and I'm sorry, the exhibit number was
42.
42, thank you. May I publish 20A and 42 separately for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
Okay. 20A is, you've testified, the photo of the berm that was included in the first version of your police report, which was KEEFE for identification, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's put up 42, please.
There's just something wrong with the way he's splayed out.
I'm sorry. Where is 42?
Right
I
here.
don't have it.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah.
No wonder. Thank you, Mr. McDermott.
Sure.
Okay.
Hmm.
The exhibit sticker's upside down, but there we go. That is the photo of the piece of taillight allegedly found at 34 Fairview.
Yeah, because that wouldn't have stuck out.
Identified as exhibit 42, correct?
Give me
Yes.
a break.
Now, having seen those photos, one was included in P for identification, one was included in Q for identification, correct?
Yes.
Which you've previously identified as your reports.
This doesn't make
Or
sense.
report, I should say.
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I would offer the top portion of P and Q for identification as a full exhibit.
Okay. And there's an objection from the Commonwealth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. It will come in when the jury actually gets it, we'll have it on the same 9x12 paper that everything else is.
Perfect.
Where'd you go, Tony?
And all exhibits go through Madam Court Reporter.
Oh, of course.
Tony!
So, jurors, I'm going to send you out for 5 minutes, okay?
Here we go. Of course. Yeah, that's a good question, Dandy. I don't know. She just sent everybody out. Didn't like that question, I
May I
guess.
see those, Madam Court Reporter, please?
Tony!
All right. So I thought you were going to cut them. Apparently, you probably don't have scissors. Let's get these so that they're acceptable to go to the jury. I mean, this just came in with the whole report on it.
I'm sorry?
This just came into evidence with the whole report, and that's not what you agreed to at sidebar.
Right. I mean, I guess we didn't have scissors, but what I was going to do, because it's folded, all I was going to show the jury was the part that got in.
But these are now in evidence.
Understand?
Okay, and that.
Are you going to
that
try
can
and come
happen.
back in,
So
Tony?
Fix them. Do we have scissors, Mr. Clerk? Thank you.
Okay.
So why don't you fix them, run them through a copy machine? All right, we'll take a 5-minute recess. And actually, this is probably a good time for me to say, you know, and it's not it's not just the defense, it's not just the prosecution, but we're taking an awful lot of these jurors' times. We're taking days and weeks. Let's not squander it by, you know, repetitive evidence or taking time like this that we shouldn't need to take. Okay, let's move this case along. All right. I'll be out in 5 minutes.
All right, please.
Jesus. Are you kidding me? Trials take as long as they take. Are you kidding me already? They take as long as they take. Yeah, cutting up evidence, scissors, copy machines. What the hell? Tony, are you going to try and jump back on? We could have figured it out there, mister. This is a perfect time. Tony come back? Oh, okay, you're still trying. Okay, no problem. They keep giving you errors. I'll put up another link. Up. Oh, there we are. I hear you. How you doing?
Yeah, the stream comes up fine. It's just I can't type anything. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello. You're on there. I don't see your logo, but we gotcha.
Yeah, it's a lot of lag though.
Is there? I think it's okay on my side. Isn't enough soap for Snarky Bev. Nope, nope, no. Who tells? Oh, hang on, let's see here. Do you want the link again, Tony? I can just put it back in there in the comments. It'll be the same link, but yeah, it should, Dingo. If all these cops are proven corrupt, that means every charge these cops have made should be invalid. Yep. Yeah. We need to know what's going on with the FBI. That's big. What do you think, Tony? Do you think that the FBI is watching all of this? Yeah. Oh. I think he's going to try again. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if they're watching all of this, which I think they should be or are, I'm sure that the amount of inconsistent information, I mean, looking at that taillight that they just showed, they would have seen that. It sticks out like a sore thumb. It's not letting you do anything. What about if you try with that other link there that I just sent you? We can try it with that. Not quite sure why it's not letting you do anything and why there's lag. I'm not sure. I've only had a couple guests on, and I haven't really ran into problems. I don't think that they all have StreamYard. Yeah, you can hang out there for sure. For sure. But I don't mind trying and working on it with you. Yeah, if you change your mind, the link is there. Or just ask me for another link and we can work on it. I really don't mind. Oh, Lordy. I love how Bev makes her own rules, decides. I mean, she was just as late this morning, and the jurors, I mean, yeah, you got to think of them, but they need all the facts there. Bev, you can't just be telling them hustle, hurry up, because I do believe the defense has got a lot that they're going to be throwing out there. So she needs to like take a heart pill. Oh, Tony. How about now, friend? Are you able to type? You've almost got a logo.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello.
Can you type?
There's still quite a lot.
Yeah, there is a lag.
Only in private chat. It won't let me chat with everybody else.
You've
So I have
gone,
to go back and forth between YouTube and StreamYard.
You sound good now.
Yeah, I turned up the mic a little bit.
It doesn't seem to be lagging.
Yeah, there's a big lag.
Is there still? Okay. A lot of times myself, I keep up the YouTube for chat. A lot of times well, they're back in. A lot of times I will chat through YouTube because StreamYard likes to oh, here we go. StreamYard doesn't allow me to say a lot of things that cut me off.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, can I have P and Q marked as the next exhibits in the trial?
Okay. Thank you.
And with the court's permission, I'd like to display these one above the other.
Okay.
Good morning, young man.
Okay. Sergeant Good, you have previously testified about the details in these reports. You would agree that each of these reflects your report. It says reporting officer Sergeant Sean Good, correct?
Yes.
Each of these is page 1 of your report, correct?
Yes.
You've previously testified that you call that the face sheet of the report, correct?
Yes.
Each of these has the identical incident number and call number, correct?
Yes.
The identical date and time reported, correct?
Yes.
The identical report date and time, correct?
Yes.
And of course, the identical officer.
Yes.
Other than the print date of the face sheet of your report, one appears to be in January, one appears to be in October. The major change is the photo that's included on the face sheet, correct?
Yes. Can I explain why?
So that second photo
No.
with the piece of tail light that is included on the first page of your report, that photo is not from January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never took a photo of a piece of taillight on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You never saw a piece of taillight at 34 Fairview on January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Boom.
Did you personally switch the photo on the face sheet of your police report?
No.
Do you know who did?
So whoever updated the report, their supplemental, you add photos.
But in answer to my question, do you know the specific person from your department who altered the photo on the face sheet of your report?
I didn't take the supplemental report, so I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know who took the photo.
But given that this is your report, you're the reporting officer, you are responsible for the content of that report, are you not?
For my report, yes, not other officers' supplementals to an investigation.
All right, but this is your report. This is the face sheet for the reporting officer, Sergeant Sean Good, is it not?
Yes, on the face sheet.
All right. Now, would you agree with me that someone reading this report and seeing that the date and time of the report is listed as January 29th of 2022 at 8:24 a.m., that's when you wrote it, correct?
That's when I logged in, yes.
Somebody reading that and seeing a photo of a piece of taillight might believe that that photo is from the same date that you're writing the report, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's misleading to include a photo on the face sheet of the report when the report is dated January 29th, 2022, and the photo is not from that day, it's from sometime later?
Objection.
Sustained.
What? Oh my God.
Is there
this woman.
anything on what is now marked Exhibit 44 on that face sheet that indicates the date and time that that photo on Exhibit 44 was taken?
No.
Is there anything on Exhibit 44, that face sheet of your report, that indicates that it applies to some supplemental report that was later filed?
No.
Hmm.
I may have a moment.
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, please take the exhibit down. And
All
we need
right
that
there,
exhibit,
Bev.
Mr. Yannetti.
Oh, yes, of course. We have two others as well,
Okay, the exhibits are to remain up here with the clerk.
with the clerk.
Yes.
Okay.
She has no idea. I wonder if she's ever done this before.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. So Sergeant Good, turning back to some questions you were asked yesterday in regards to Christopher Albert and whether or not he was a town selectman, is that correct?
Yes.
And he is currently, is that correct?
Yes.
And was he on January 29th of 2022?
No.
So he was elected to the Board of Selectmen subsequent to this date that you've been talking about, January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, the location where you were directed to where Mr. O'Keefe had been located just after 6 a.m., where was that in relation to the property line between 34 Fairview Road and the home next door?
If I had a guess, probably 10, 12 feet to the property line.
Wow.
Now, you were asked some questions about having been to that residence at 34 Fairview Road prior. And you indicated that you had been there years ago with Sergeant Lang, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that in regard to, sir?
It was a hit and run investigation.
And who, if anyone, so why were you at that residence at 34 Fairview Road?
So there was a call for a motor vehicle crash at the corner of Dedham and Washington Street. And the suspect vehicle had fled the scene. Officer Lank was my partner that night. He followed the oil spill of the vehicle down Dedham Street, up Cedar Crest, all the way down to the intersection of Cedar Crest to Fairview. And the oil spill actually drove into 34 Fairview, where we found the vehicle.
And who, if anyone, did you, through your investigation, who, if anyone, did you associate with operating that?
That'd be Tim Albert.
And
Oh.
was Mr. Timothy Albert, was he charged in reference to that incident?
Yes, he was.
And do you know
Really?
approximately when that was?
It was in 2009. I don't know the exact date, but I know the year.
Isn't that interesting?
Now, as far as your report, you asked a number of questions about that. I'm sorry,
Okay, Tony,
before
that's
I did
okay.
that, you
That's
had,
okay.
Testified earlier that
Next time,
when you
friend.
were leaving the scene, there was an amount of snow that had compiled on your windshield, correct?
Yes.
And after leaving the
What's
scene,
your weather like?
what if anything happened with the snowfall sort of throughout the course of the day?
Our windshield was completely covered. We had to take time to clear off our windshields. It had snowed considerably.
And then following that, throughout sort of the course of the rest of the day in the afternoon, what if anything did you observe about the snowfall at that?
It continually got worse.
Now, as far as your report is concerned, what you were shown and what you've seen, has there been any change as far as your narrative in reference to who you talked to, what they said, anything of that effect?
No.
You've been asked a bunch of questions about what you called a face sheet. Can you explain to the jury sort of what a face sheet is and sort of how that comes into being?
Easiest way, it's the top sheet of the report. It's not the actual meat of the report. It just gives you the date and time. Usually, if you can fit it on the front of the sheet, it would be the first party would be involved. If there was a suspect, defendant, and that's it. It would be their name, date of birth, social security number, all of their personal information.
So as far as you were saying, sort of the meat of the report, it has no real relation to that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were handed two exhibits or two parts of a report, and you were told to ignore the date that they were printed, correct?
Correct.
And so what, if any, significance would the date that they were printed have in relation to what's on a face sheet?
So in this case, there was supplemental reports done after the 29th. So those reports were added to my initial report. You can add a supplemental narrative. So if that includes meeting new people, talking to other people, or taking photos of anything you found, you would add that to our report, and it would be documented in the supplemental.
And you had offered, I believe, a couple times to explain to the jury sort of why a photo might be different from one face sheet when it's printed versus a subsequent date when the face sheet is printed. Can you explain to the jury at this time sort of why would that be?
So when that face sheet was printed, if photo number one was the top photo, and now there was a new photo added, that could be now the top photo on that face sheet when it was printed.
And how would that be something that someone would physically go in and do, or is that something that sort of within the system automatically occurs? If you know.
I don't know how the system numbers the photos. So we added our photos on January 29th, and then any photos subsequent to that were added. I don't know how the software would put them 1 through 20 or how many there were.
What?
Nothing further on.
Okay,
If I might,
very briefly.
you had just talked about how Tim Albert was
Very
charged
briefly.
as a result of the investigation that you did years ago, correct?
Yes.
The evidence in that case, you would agree with me, was strong against Tim Albert for that crime, was it not?
For leaving the scene, yes.
Sure. Sergeant Blank actually was able to follow the trail of fluid from the accident scene right to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
And Tim Albert admitted that he got nervous and left the scene, correct?
correct.
All right. Now, despite the fact that he was charged, are you aware that the case was just flat out dismissed upon restitution?
Objection, move to strike, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
What?
Nothing further.
Jurors, you're to disregard that.
Good God, man.
All right, you're all set, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And we don't want the truth to come out, Bev. None of that. Just rush through. The jurors are tired.
Who is your next witness,
Been
Mr.
working
Wiley?
half
Yes, Your Honor, call off
days.
the call Sergeant Michael Lang to the stand.
All right, so not yet. I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
What? So she's also going to tell them what witness should come up and when? Oh my God. I don't understand how this woman is even sitting in that chair. Freaking control freak. Can she do this? Decide when witnesses are going to come out? This isn't her job, is it? Oh, I agree. I mean, what the hell is she doing? You know, every day that I come in and I sit here and we watch this together, I think she can't be any worse than she was the day previously. And every day she's proving me wrong. She does something that is like, are you kidding me? Your witness can't come up yet? Sidebar. Yeah, that's it. But you know, they're not even giving grounds for their objections. She's just like, okay, sustained. Okay, sustained. But on what grounds? Do you guys, in this particular court, you don't need item numbers. You're going to have to start a whole new system because Bev's a screw up. And now, oh my God, man. Yes, she does, dingo. Look at Jackson. He just looks so frustrated. Doesn't take his eye off them. He doesn't look, I don't like them being so close. It doesn't seem right to me.
No, it's important to the defendant's case. So tell me exactly, based on the voir dire yesterday, exactly what you hope to get into.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the voir dire yesterday, my intention is to closely mirror my questioning of Sergeant Lank with my questioning of him on voir dire. In other words, the fact of the fight, the fact of Chris Albert's involvement in the fight, the fact of his getting involved in the fight. He called officers to assist him. The specifics of the allegations of the local Lindo brothers as to his conduct, what they alleged he did, the part that he took in the fight, their subsequent release from the scene, going back into the Canton Police Department to file or lodge a complaint, the fact that they were turned away for the complaint, there was subsequent police reports filed, and the local.
So I don't have those, right? You didn't send them to us.
We got those. We got those
All
last.
right, it's okay. It's too late for the police reports, but go ahead and finish what you've got.
Right. Just so the court knows, as the court requested, we provided those to the judicial assistant last night.
Who's the judicial assistant?
Yeah. Like Mr.
Is this Lololitos?
Lolito. Yeah.
Go ahead from after the police report.
So basically, Your Honor, and I don't have any interest in introducing the police reports. I just need the timing. In other words, there was the fight, the complaint, the police reports were filed after the complaint, and then they were charged after the police reports. And then the subsequent resolution of the matter. The fact
So what do you mean by subsequent revolution of the
they
matter?
were adjudicated not
Resolution,
guilty,
Bev.
and ultimately the subsequent witness intimidation request by Sergeant Lank was thrown out by the DA. With regard to what was brought up by Mr. Lally yesterday, I intend to include and elicit in my questioning of Sergeant Lank the issue concerning Tim Albert and the resolution of that issue.
Well, Mr. Yannetti just did that.
Well, he didn't because the court struck it.
Yeah. It should not have been done.
Well, Your Honor,
go ahead.
Respectfully, the Commonwealth left the jurors with a misimpression intentionally.
So
the last question was, and he was charged. That's true. He was charged. And then those charges were dismissed subsequent thereto.
Right, but this was specific. We should have, and it wasn't objected to, right? So Mr. Lally's question wasn't objected to. All right, so is that the end of what you intend to get into?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Lally, do you want to, you're objecting to all of this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you want to be heard specifically on anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So what I'm going to allow you to get in is the relationship of Sergeant Lank with the Alberts. But keep in mind, Mr. Jackson, the Alberts are not all one entity. So you must do it individually. And simply because the witness had a relationship with Chris Albert doesn't mean that it has any bearing on favoritism or bias to Brian Albert or to Tim Albert. So you have to do them individually. I'll give you some leeway on the incident itself, but keep in mind the particulars of the fight isn't really what matters here. It's the fact of the fight and the intervening of Sergeant Lank on behalf of Chris Albert, as it's relevant to bias or favoritism. So if there are objections that you get beyond, you may be stopped. You can get when and where it happened, that it happened outside a bar where the witness had been drinking. He did not acknowledge your drinking buddy's comment, so you're not to specifically say that, where you just said you're going to outline what you did yesterday, and that this occurred in Canton. The role, if any, he had in handcuffing or having the Lopolitos put in custody, and the fact that Mark Lopolito went to the Canton Police Department to file a report. What you cannot get into is the mobile gas station incident, because I didn't hear anything yesterday that the conduct of Sergeant Lank had anything to do with the Alberts. I'm not convinced that it wasn't merely self-interest on his part. So that's out. That was 22 years ago. Nothing, so you're not getting into the federal investigation that he was sued. I'm not letting you get into the not guilty because it's speculative. Who knows why he was found not guilty, why they were found not guilty. You cannot get into that. There are all kinds of reasons people can be found not guilty. Whether I allow more depends on the testimony, the direct and the cross. So you are to go no further than that without leave of court. So the Commonwealth can then get into the animosity between the witness, Sergeant Lank, and Brian Albert because of the arrest of Tim Albert. But if Mr. Lally, if you open the door to something further, I need to be seen at sidebar before anybody can come get into that. So Mr. Jackson, you did this in 10 minutes yesterday. I don't expect you to take 2 hours to do this. Okay.
Jesus, shut up,
and
woman.
Just as an aside, again, let's not waste the jury's time with repetitive testimony.
I don't intend to, Your Honor. I think I understand the court's, the parameters. The one thing I didn't hear the court say, but I think it was implied, but I want to make sure I'm clear. I can get into the fact that there was a complaint sought and then there were subsequent police reports filed.
Not the police. I didn't hear anything yesterday about the police reports. I haven't seen them. So that the complaint was sought and that subsequent to that, they were summoned and had to go to court.
And the dates of the police reports that were filed?
You can say the dates without saying the police reports. So they went into the station to file a complaint. They were told they couldn't file a complaint on those 2 days, right?
Correct.
And
Oh my
then
God.
so
I
the
have
witness
never
did
seen
testify
such a
that
thing.
he filed a report, but it was that he had told his sergeant the night before of this incident, and the sergeant said, you don't have to file a report until you come back or something like that.
So I'll just ask, were the reports dated after the initial complaint was requested? I can leave it at that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'll give you all a 5-minute break, and then we have to get going.
All rise for the court, please.
Jesus. You guys. No, what she's doing is blowing me away. It really is. I mean, talk about micromanaging these lawyers, specifically the defense. You know, you get Lally in there a little bit, but she definitely puts the squeeze on a lot of information that I think should come out. If it's fact, why can you not say it? Yeah, what you can and cannot say to a witness. Now, if she is literally controlling the fact that they can't ask certain questions, how do you find truth? How do you find truth when she is restricting everything? So Bev is telling what questions the defense can ask. What a farce. Right, Dingo? Like it's maddening. It's really, really maddening. Oy, oy, oy. I literally lose subscribers following this trial. Every single day, I am losing subscribers watching this trial. And yet I still think we need to see it because I think it's unethical. Everything, well, not everything, but most of the things we are seeing come from this judge just seems totally biased and unethical. And oh, Lordy, Lordy. Never once has she told the prosecution that they couldn't do something. Well, maybe once she did, but that's it. Nothing major. I've never seen her, even with this conversation. She did not ask what Lolly planned on asking. I mean, there's 2 lawyers dealing with this particular witness. 2. So why is she putting the restrictions on the defense, but not on the prosecution? I think all she said is, so this is what we're going to, oh, I am dandy. I've already lost one this morning. And I mean, we're only not even an hour and a half into it. And I've already lost one. By the end of the day, I'll have lost more. Oh, it's rigged. It is. Yeah, it is. I mean, the whole YouTube game is, I don't understand it. I do not understand it. I mean, I know everything that is supposed to get you going in the algorithm, the thumbs, the views, but it's almost like you don't get out into that algorithm no matter, I mean, I can put 18 hours in, and some days I absolutely do. And, I mean, okay, let's see here. I have made, let's see if I can see it in the dashboard. Let me see if it'll tell me. Down 1. So please do hit the thumb. Please, please do. Help me get into that algorithm, you guys. I'll tell you what I've got right now, what I've done for videos. Over 1,300 videos in about 2.5 years. So lots. Oh, Dandy, much love. It's all about that algorithm, Tony. I mean, I lost, okay, I lost almost 30 subscribers in a few weeks when I was covering the last, let me go back and see. Karen Reed. It's all been Karen Reed. Yep. And then, you know, the day I did the PowerPoint on this, they demonetized me for that. And I was just reading off a PowerPoint. So yeah, like, share, subscribe, hit the bell. Oh, they do. You're exactly right. They do. Yeah, it does. It does. Literally, I lost 30 in a few weeks. Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And you know what? Like, I also stream to Twitter. Hello, Twitter friends. And there's 29 people on Twitter watching right now. And I'm active on Twitter. I enjoy that platform. But YouTube does not acknowledge my views on YouTube. The only views I get credit for are the ones on YouTube. So if my friends on Twitter, hello, my friends, if they're watching, I see nothing. They have to come and subscribe to me in order for me to be able to start getting views on, or straight over to YouTube, even if they don't subscribe, if they just go to YouTube instead of Twitter, because I get nothing. Right now, I'm at 29. Yeah, I just keep doing my thing, you know. Gets a little deflating after a while, you know, when you've put in all this work and you see your subs drop. But is what it is, guys. And they pay me very, very little because they don't put me out in the algorithm for people to see. So yeah, why would I lose subs doing this? It beats the hell out of me. Beats the hell out of me. I tried to do a little bit of everything, and no matter what I've tried, it hasn't changed the situation. So, you know, I even said at one time to, can't remember if it was Dandy or Mexi, but it gets so deflating sometimes. You just think, okay, I don't even know if I can do this anymore. Like, that's how it gets. Oh, no doubt. How about you get me Cat Williams? You get me Cat Williams, and boom, I'll take him. I'll take him. Come on, Cat. Absolutely. Now that would not surprise me. That would not surprise me at all. they're very frustrating to have as, I would like this to be my income because as we know, with my with my fibromyalgia, I can't work. I'm fairly unreliable. So this is my best shot at kind of making some money for the household. And YouTube is not putting me out there. And then you see some of these people that get right into the drama right away. And yeah, people want to see that, but I'm a no can do. I can't get out there and have a bunch of panels, like a bunch of people on panels slamming other people. That doesn't sound like the way to go. I'm getting older. I want to work my way up, not down. So yeah, for the channel, it's really important if you guys can share it out, subscribe, and absolutely hit that thumb. All of that is really, really important. And I can't be like some other people that are like, send me money. And they've got all these different links all over the side. You can go to this one or this one or this one. Come on, you guys didn't send me enough money today. It's like, oh my God. You're right. You're right. On Frankly Franky, we had plans on working on that, but it didn't seem to work out. So I've thought about just doing blind items on Frankly Franky, just covering blind items, something totally different. Tabloid TV techniques. I've even seen, what's that guy's name? I don't even know how he is back. He was making fake content and putting it out. Oh, what's that guy's name? Bald, always wore a hat, just a creepy mofo. Oh my God. What is that guy's name? And I gave up on my channel. It didn't seem like the work was worth it. Yeah. Yeah, aliens are good for views. That they are. That would be a Frankly Franky thing. It's a lot of work, Tony, isn't it? It is a lot of flipping work. You have to, there's some cases, all these cases, a person has to learn about them. You can't just talk about them. You have to have a knowledge. Oh, here we go, friends. Yeah, it's not an easy go. Morning, Mel. Here we go, guys. You betcha. Every day. Jesus, this woman. Thank you, James. Thank you.
And where was that sort of in relation to the property, if you recall?
If you're looking at 34 Fairview Road, it was on the left side of the property, about 8 feet from the road.
And in that sort of general area, what, if any, sort of landmarks or other sort of items in that area of the front yard that you observed?
I observed a flagpole. There was a fire hydrant and some brush area over there.
And upon your arrival on scene, who was the first person that you spoke to?
Thank you.
Sergeant
Thank you.
Sean Good.
And you had some conversation with him, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then following talking to Sergeant Good, who, if anyone else, did speak to him?
I spoke to Jennifer McCabe.
And where was it in relation to the scene that you first spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
I believe I spoke to Jennifer McCabe right in front of Mark Cruiser 683, which was assigned to Officer Sarif.
And then about how long a conversation was that initially with Ms. McCabe?
I would say probably 8 or 9 minutes.
And in addition to Ms. McCabe, what, if any, other sort of civilians did you observe in that area around that time?
I observed Kerry Roberts, and I don't recall seeing anybody else at the scene while I was focused on Ms. McCabe.
Now, with respect to Jennifer McCabe, I'll strike that. So after you spoke with Ms. McCabe for 8 or 9 minutes, then who, if anyone else, did you speak to at that time?
So after I spoke with Ms. McCabe, I believe I was able to then contact the CPAC unit.
And what is the CPAC unit?
CPAC unit is the investigative division for the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
Why did you contact them?
Because I was
made aware at some point that it did not appear that Mr. O'Keefe was going to survive, and I wanted them to be aware of the situation.
He was dead
did
when they got there.
Responded that time.
No.
Now, with reference to, is that sort of a typical protocol, or what if any sort of typical protocol would you have responding to a scene of this nature?
Yes, any sort of scene where it appears that the person is not going to survive, we would contact State Police CPAC unit.
And why is that?
Because they investigate all deaths.
So they have jurisdiction over all unattended deaths, is that correct?
That's correct.
As well as homicides, things of that nature.
Correct.
Now, once you, do you recall who, if anyone, you spoke to on that first call or notification to CPAC?
It would have been just the dispatch center on the first call.
And what, if any, subsequent calls did you have with regard to CPAC while you were on scene that morning?
I got a return call from Trooper Michael Proctor.
And from your conversation with Trooper Proctor, what was your understanding as far as their response to the scene at that time?
So at that point in time, Trooper Proctor informed me that they would not be responding.
I don't know what that noise is, but if I could just ask you to repeat your last response, because frankly, I didn't.
Yes. In speaking to Trooper Proctor, he advised me at that point that they would not be responding.
And did he inform you as to why not at that time?
Objection.
Sustained. Of course.
Now, when you arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you know as far as the weather conditions?
The weather conditions were extremely poor. There were high winds, heavy snow, and freezing temperatures.
Now, you mentioned when you first arrived on scene, Mr. O'Keefe was in the back of that ambulance, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when was it that the ambulance left in relation to when you arrived?
Very, very shortly after I arrived, I would say within 5 minutes.
Now, as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, who, if anyone, relayed any information in regard to that?
Sergeant Good advised me that...
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh, Lordy. Lordy, Lordy. Like, oh my God.
Now, as far as following your conversation with Ms. McCabe, what was sort of the next steps that you took on scene?
After I spoke to Ms. McCabe, I advised her that we were going to need to speak with the homeowners. She said that they were probably sleeping. I advised her that we were going to need to speak with them. And that's when I placed the call to the CPAC unit.
And prior to that, when you were on scene, had you seen anyone come in or go out of the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
No.
And as far as sort of the other houses on the street, what, if any, activity did you observe with reference to any residents of those homes coming in or going out of their homes?
I did not observe anybody come in or out of their home.
Because that's what you were watching for?
To see back in conversation with Proctor, what is it that you did next?
Once that call was complete, Sergeant Good and I observed that there was now a light on in the house of 34 Fairview, and we made the decision to then go in and speak with the homeowners.
And how was it that you sort of proceeded up to the home?
I believe, I don't recall if we used I believe we used the driveway, but I'm not 100% sure.
And you came into the home, recall which door that you used to enter the home?
The main door, the front door.
When you entered in through the main door, what, if you could describe to the jury sort of what you observed as far as what was before you from a layout perspective?
There was a staircase right in front of us. And to the right, it entered into like what appeared to be like a dining area.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with inside the home that morning?
Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
And what, if any, relationship to the home did you determine based on your conversation with them?
They were the homeowners.
Now, Brian Albert, is that someone that you knew prior to January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And how did you know?
I knew him as the oldest of the Albert brothers.
And did you know some of the other Albert brothers?
Yes.
And let me ask you this, Sergeant. Where did you grow up?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
We moved here, excuse me, we moved to Canton when I was 5 years old.
So essentially, since you were 5 years old, you lived in the town, correct?
Yes.
You work in the town, correct?
Yes.
You have children?
I do.
Any of them play sports?
They do.
Objection.
And sustain.
Move to strike.
Strike that.
What, if any, other sort of, other than living and working in the town, what, if anything else is it that you do around the town?
I coach youth sports.
And how long have you done that for?
I would say at least 9 or 10 years.
And how would you describe your relationship with Brian Albert prior to that January 29th, 2022?
Civil.
Do you friends? Do you socialize?
No.
Now, in addition to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, who, if anyone else, where did you speak to them within the home?
Just inside the door by the staircase.
And how would you describe their demeanor when you were speaking to them?
They appeared, especially Mr. Albert, appeared disheveled, looked like he had just woken up.
And about how long a conversation was it between Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, that initial time?
I'd say 15, 20 minutes.
And beyond that, who, if anyone else, did you see within the home besides yourself, Sergeant Goods, and Mr. and Mrs. Albert?
Jennifer McCabe.
No one else at that time?
No.
Are you familiar with a gentleman named Brian Higgins?
I am.
And how are you familiar with him?
I met Brian when he was stationed at our police station. I don't know how many years ago it was, but he was assigned to our building years ago. That's how I met him.
And assigned in what capacity? And what I mean by that is what did you do for work?
Brian is a ATF agent.
And did you see Mr. Higgins at any point in time during the time that you were at Fairview Road that morning?
Not on my initial response.
So sometime after, is that correct?
Yes.
And when about was that?
That would have been shortly after 9 a.m.
And we'll get to that in a moment, but after your conversation with Brian Albert and Nicole Albert inside the house, what is it that you did that?
Could you repeat that, please?
After talking to the homeowners, what was your next step on scene that day? What did you do next?
After speaking with the family, I came out. By that point, Lieutenant Gallagher was on scene and spoke with Lieutenant Gallagher as to what we were going to do next as far as the scene itself.
And to that end, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with regard to sort of security of the scene at that time?
So we had put up some crime scene tape to try to protect the scene, but it was a futile effort because of the wind. But there were marked patrol cars in front of the yard at all times, so the scene was fairly secure at all times.
And then with relation to the scene or the area that you were directed, or your attention was directed to as to where Mr. O'Keefe had been found, What, if anything, did you do with reference to that area?
I stood by and observed while Lieutenant Gallagher used a leaf blower to try to clear the top layers of snow off of the scene.
And at some point in time, well, that particular process, was that memorialized in any way?
Yes,
And how was it done?
in my report.
I'm sorry, beyond that, was there any sort of photos or video that were taken of that leaf blower process?
Yes, Sergeant Good was able to take video while Lieutenant Gallagher used a leaf blower.
You've seen that video, is that correct?
Yes.
And what's contained in that video, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of sort of what happened on scene that morning?
Yes.
Pitiful.
Now, in addition to, well, let me ask you this, as far as the leaf blower was concerned, what was sort of the purpose of that, or what was the thinking behind that?
The purpose behind the leaf blower was to just take the top layers of snow off to reveal what was underneath and try to preserve any potential evidence.
And upon employing that, what, if anything, did you then observe in that area of the front lawn?
Ultimately, we were able to see what appeared to be blood drops in the snow, as well as a drinking glass, cocktail glass.
Now, in addition to the video that was taken with regard to the leaf blowing process, or the use of the leaf blower, were the photos that were taken of the scene as well?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 27. Sergeant Lank, what's up on the screen that's been previously marked as exhibit 27? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it as?
I recognize that to be the scene that we were working with the leaf blower.
May I approach the witness room?
Yes.
So I'm handing you a laser pointer, basically, very simple. Just press on that button and.
There is no way this is from a head wound. Like what?
Lieutenant Lank, with using that.
There's
laser
more.
pointer,
Where's the rest of
if
it?
you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph in relation to what you saw on scene that day.
So it appeared to see blood drops here in the snow that had been revealed by wiping away the top layer, as well as the glass protruding from the snow.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Now, at any point in time when you were on scene, did you have any contact or interaction with a person named Karen?
I did not.
Did you see her on scene at all that day?
I don't recall seeing her. I believe she was there while I was there, but I never spoke to her.
Now, following your initial conversation inside the home of 34 Fairview with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and speaking to Jennifer McCabe outside, who, if anyone else, did you speak with that arrived on scene that morning?
Matthew McCabe.
And when was it that Matthew McCabe arrived in relation to your arrival and when you spoke to the other people?
Matthew McCabe arrived just a couple of minutes after I had walked out of the house the first time.
And so when he arrived, where did you go?
Moments after he arrived, I went back into the house to speak with Mr. McCabe.
And about how long a conversation was it that you were in the house when you were speaking to Mr. McCabe?
I'm not sure. I'd say maybe 5 minutes.
And over the course of that morning, about how many times did you go into the residence at 34 Fairview Road?
3.
Anyone ever tell you that you couldn't go into the home or that stopped you at the doorway or anything like that?
No.
And with reference to inside of the home, what, if any, observations did you make of sort of how the home was situated, anything shoveled or anything like that?
Everything appeared in order.
And just if you know, what, if any, relationship does Matthew McCabe have to Jennifer?
Matthew McCabe is Jennifer McCabe's husband.
Now, turning back to what was just up on the screen in Exhibit 27, with regard to those items that you observed in the yards in the front lawn that day, what, if anything, did you or the other officers do with respect to those items?
The drinking glass was secured into an evidence bag, and the blood drops were secured into 6 solo cups.
And why were they secured into 6 solo cups?
We did the best that we could with the situation, with the weather and deteriorating situation. Lieutenant Gallagher was able to attain the solo cups from Lieutenant Kelleher's house, which was diagonally across the street.
Now, with respect to the CPAC unit or the phone call that you made to the state police, beyond sort of the jurisdiction of them having over unattended deaths and things of that nature, what, if any, other assets that the state police have at their disposal with regard to crime scene that your department has done?
They have crime scene units that process crime scenes.
Now, with respect to those items, once they were secured, just in reference to the solo cups, beyond sort of just putting them into solo cups, what, if anything else, did you or the other officers do to secure those items specifically?
They were secured into a brown evidence bag.
And following them being secured, where did they go from there?
They were then, excuse me, they were then placed into my truck at that point, my police truck that I was using that day, and ultimately transported back to the police station.
And transported back to the police station by you?
By me.
And once you were back at the police station with those items, what, if anything, did you do with them at that time?
They were secured into temporary evidence in the refrigerated unit for the solo cups, and the glass was secured into temporary evidence.
And so when you say temporary evidence, why were they secured into temporary evidence?
They were secured into temporary evidence so that they could ultimately be turned over to the state police.
And as far as when you secure something into temporary evidence, just in general terms first, what is it that you do with that item to secure it or label it or anything else?
So it's assigned a property number, and we would print out a property label, and then that's assigned. It's assigned to the OF number, which is the report.
So OF stands for offense, is that correct?
Offense, yes.
So each report that you generate has a specific number with an OF following it?
That's correct.
And then that number is associated with the evidence that you secure, correct?
Yes.
Now, with reference to that evidence, whether it's temporary evidence or otherwise, what, if any, restrictions are there with regard to access to those items within your department?
So temporary evidence is accessible to all officers.
And to officers from your department, correct?
From our department, yes.
And following that, are you aware, or what, if anything, are you aware of what happened with those items after you secured them into temporary evidence?
I believe they were ultimately turned over to the state police.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Of course, lover boy.
So I'm handing you up a box. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Appears to be a box to secure evidence with a call number on it.
And is that a box?
Why
that you've
is it
seen,
open?
Earlier today?
Yes.
And with reference to what's contained within the box, have you seen that this morning as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take what's in the box out of the box. Sir, just for the record, you have some evidence gloves with you in court today, is that correct?
That's correct.
Because I always keep them in my pocket. Hi. I'm Lizzie. Oh, my girl. Oh, we can back up if you want some of those. Back up.
Sorry, sir. Before you
Back
just
up
go
on
into that,
Sit
just
down.
with reference to the bag that you have before you, what if
Sit
any
down.
markings are on that that relate to sort of your case, your case number with Ken, please?
So it is there's a case number assigned to us, 22-870F, and there is a property number, 22-18PR, and it's listed as broken drinking glass.
Good.
Have you seen the item contained within that bag earlier this morning as well?
Yes,
And what you observed within that bag, is that the piece of the cocktail glass that you observed on the front yard area of 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to take it out of the bag and display it to the jury.
Yes, he is painful. Lolly is painful.
Thank you, sir. You can place it back in the bag.
Okay, so they didn't tell us what that was. Was that part of the drinking glass?
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, Commonwealth to seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
No, it's not.
Yes.
Did you guys see him open this morning?
The 45.
No, it's not. Oh. And the thing is she lets them and then she tells the
Now,
defense to
Lieutenant
hurry it
Lang,
on.
Once you were back at the police station, what, if any, call did you receive from anyone in regard to what had, or if anyone called you once you were back at the station?
Jennifer McCabe called at 9 a.m.
And where did you go following that phone call with Jennifer McCabe?
Lieutenant Gallagher and I went back to 34 Fairview Road.
So this is now the third time that you've gone back and gone inside the residence of 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with, along with yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher, once you returned there that morning?
Jennifer McCabe.
Okay, but how long a period of conversation was that second conversation that you had with him?
That's what I think too,
Between
Terry.
5 and 10 minutes.
Or Douglas, I'm sorry.
And then following that, where did you go from there?
That's what I think too.
Returned to the police station.
Now, if I could turn your attention to February 4th of 2022. Were you working on that day?
I was.
And in the same capacity that you had described earlier?
Yes.
And
Exactly.
at some point, well, approximately 8:50 a.m. or so, who, if anyone, called you on that?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And what, if anything, or where did he direct you to go during the course of that conversation?
Lieutenant Gallagher directed me to go back to 34 Fairview Road and meet with Chief Berkowitz as he had possibly discovered more evidence.
And in the time between January 29th and February 4th, had you gone back to 34 Fairview Road at any point?
No.
Now, between that time of January 29th, 2022 and February 4th of 2022, what, if anything, occurred in regards to the weather in between those days?
So the weather had, the temperatures had increased and there was some rain.
And increased, if you know how, approximately how much?
I believe it made it up to the mid 40s.
So well above freezing, is that correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the snowfall that had come from the 28th and the 29th, what, if anything, just in general, had you, well, not in general, specifically to 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe between the snow that you observed there on the 29th and the snow that you observed there on February 4th?
A lot of the snow had melted and a lot of the ground had been revealed.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview Road on February 4th, what, if anything, did you observe and where did you observe?
Chief Berkowitz brought my attention to a piece of red glass that was about 6 to 8 feet off the into the yard.
Now, before we get to that, as far as when you responded, who, if anyone else from your department, responded along with you?
Detective Tim Taylor.
And the pieces of plastic that you observed, where were they in relation to where you had observed or where you had been directed to that Mr. O'Keefe had been found on January 29th?
The glass was in the vicinity of where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered.
Now, with respect to that pieces of plastic that you observed, what, if anything, did you do to memorialize where they were?
I photographed the piece of plastic as it sat.
And did you or anyone in your presence touch, manipulate, or move those pieces of plastic in any way?
No.
And at some point after you arrived on scene, who, if anyone, did you contact in regard to securing those items?
I contacted the CPAC unit and ultimately Trooper Buchanan arrived back at the scene.
And if you know about how much time elapsed between the time that you contacted CPAC and the time that Buchanan arrived?
I honestly don't recall.
And when Trooper Buchanan arrived on scene, what, if anything, did you observe him to do with those pieces of plastic that you directed his attention to?
Trooper Buchanan secured the item into a evidence bag.
May I approach your Honor?
Yes.
She is not saying anything about how long Lally's taking.
So I'm showing you 2 photographs. Actually, just briefly to look them over and look up when you're finished.
Brutal.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize in those photographs?
I recognize this to be the piece of plastic that Chief Berkowitz had observed on that morning.
Those are the photographs that you took that morning as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
What's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on February 4th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
Now, the Commonwealth seek to introduce and admit as the next to exhibit.
Okay.
I think she pretends she's writing stuff sometimes. Just to look busy. Because she needs some way to stop herself from interrupting the whole thing. How much do you want to bet she tells the defense to hurry it up? I'll bet you.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have first of those photographs up on the screen. And, Lieutenant Lang, do you recognize what?
How would they have missed that, guys?
Yes.
How would they have missed
And,
that?
this is sort of a further out image of that piece of plastic you were talking about, is that correct?
Yes.
Using the laser pointer before you, if you could just draw the jury's attention to where in the photograph you observe that. Thank you. Ms. Gilman, the next photograph.
And they're saying they missed this. They didn't see it.
And sir, do you again recognize what's up on the screen?
Now look at how sticky that snow is now.
Close-up picture of the piece of plastic.
Look at how sticky that snow is now.
Ms.
Because
Gilman, you can.
once the blizzard's over, the snow settles. I tell you what, there's not a Canadian out there that isn't an expert on snow. Yeah, exactly. It gets sticky, and basically what that photo just showed. Oh, it was. Yeah, it was like, what? They're saying 3 inches, so I'm sure it was 2. I think they said 4 actually, and to me it looked like it was about 2 or 3. There is no way. I mean, these guys are supposed to be professionals. How in God's green earth would they have missed that night? I don't even understand. Are they just all bad, dumb cops?
Hey, Mr. Jackson? Thank you, Your Honor. May we approach briefly? Sure.
Oh, yes, she said before Jackson got his turn, go talk to the judge. Did she do this with the prosecution? No. And how does the prosecution get away with just saying objection, but never giving grounds? That is one of the most important parts of this, is the ground. I don't know. Are they going to get an appeal if they want it?
So you're about to hear evidence of an event that happened in 2002. This evidence can be considered by you insofar as it demonstrates or relates to the credibility of this witness
hear
and
you.
the thoroughness of the investigation into this case for which the defendant is currently on trial before you folks. You may use this evidence to the extent that you find it credible in deciding whether there was any bias or favoritism on the part of the police in their investigation in this case.
May I?
Mr. Jackson, yes.
No, they don't.
Lieutenant Lank, I want to start by asking you about your relationship with certain members of the Albert family. Do you know any other members of the Albert family other than Brian Albert?
Yes.
Can you describe who those are?
Kevin Albert, who is a detective on our department, Chris Albert, and I know Tim Albert.
Are those 3 individuals brothers?
Yes.
Who is the eldest brother?
Brian.
How long have you known, I want to start first with Tim Albert. How long have you known Tim Albert?
I knew Tim Albert when he was a kid because he was friends with a younger brother of a friend of mine.
Starting at what age?
12.
So
he was 12. I was probably 16 or so.
Okay, so the better part of your life, you've known Tim Albert.
Since about 16, I would say.
And what about Chris Albert?
Chris Albert, I've known since junior high.
Which would be about what age?
13, 14.
You grew up with
12,
Chris?
12, 13. I was friendly with Chris from junior high through high school and into our 20s.
And friendly with Tim?
I wouldn't say I was friendly to say hello to Tim. I didn't associate with him. He was younger. He was Chris's younger brother.
But you also knew Chris's older brother, Brian?
Yes.
Back in those days.
I knew who he was.
So you've known the 3 of them for basically your entire life?
No, I had met them. I had met Brian. I didn't know him other than just being Chris's older brother when we were younger kids.
Certainly with regard to Chris, you would consider him a close friend.
Consider who a close friend?
Chris.
Yes.
I'm using first names only because they're all.
Sure. Chris and I were pretty good friends when we were younger, yes.
I want to draw your attention to an incident in August of 2002. Do you remember an incident in 2002 occurring with, that involved Chris Albert?
Yes.
In 2002, in August of 2002 specifically, you were off duty, correct?
Yes,
You had been drinking alcohol, correct?
yes,
You were approached by Chris Albert out in the parking lot, is that right?
that's correct.
And Chris Albert told you some information about being in a fight. That he had been in a fight or an altercation of some sort, correct?
He told me he had been in an altercation earlier in the night and some threats had been made to him and his family.
And you got out of your car and discussed this with Mr. Albert, correct?
No,
You just talked to him while you were seated in your car?
yes,
Okay. At some point, did some other individuals approach that same area?
yes,
Was there a fight that you believed was about to ensue?
yes,
Did you get out of your car at that point?
I did.
Did you come to Chris's aid by quote unquote activating yourself as an officer?
I got out of my car and I approached the group and I pleaded with them to not fight tonight. I said, there's not going to be a fight tonight. There's 6 of you guys. He's here with his girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight.
Did you come to Chris Albert's aid as best you could as a longtime friend of his?
I came to the aid of a citizen who was in fear and of need.
Oh,
That citizen happened to be Chris Albert, whom you had known since you were 12 years old.
Correct.
Ultimately, a fight did break out, did it not?
Yes,
And you engaged in that fight.
yes,
And again, you had been drinking alcohol at that point, correct?
correct.
And you were off duty in August of 2002 during this fight.
Yes,
Just like you were off duty in 2022 when you were called by Sergeant Good to activate and come to the crime scene at 34 Fairview.
when Sergeant Good contacted me, I was not working. I was due to work at 7:45 that morning. When Sergeant Good contacted me and told me what was going on, then I activated myself and came to work because I was the detective sergeant.
And that's similar sort of activation, using that word in air quotes, it's similar sort of activation that you employed back in 2002 to assist Chris Albert.
No,
You did, in fact, call for someone to call the police and get some Canton officers over there, correct?
excuse me. So in 2002?
In 2002.
Yes,
Okay. And I failed to ask you this, but in 2002, you were, in fact, a Canton police officer
yes,
at the time. After the other officers arrived, did you order the other officers to handcuff or somehow restrain one of the 2 brothers that were involved in this fight with Chris?
no,
Ultimately, did you see whether or not those officers handcuffed or otherwise restrained one of the brothers that was involved in this fight?
yes,
And did you then engage physically in a fight with the other brother who was not restrained?
no. The struggle had already occurred.
All right. So let me make sure I get the timing right. You did, in fact, engage in a physical fight with one of the brothers, correct?
Upon being struck, yes.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Upon being struck, yes,
And then you struck him back.
yes.
You ended up on the ground.
Yes, we were wrestling, yes.
And ultimately, the other officers had to pull you off that man, correct?
No,
You ultimately, the fight was broken up between you and the other brother. Is that right?
that's correct.
All right. And that fight was broken up by the officers who were on scene.
Yes,
wow.
After this physical altercation with the brother who was not ultimately restrained, both of the brothers and everybody else was just told by the officers, just go away, get out of here, go home, correct?
no, I believe one of the brothers left the scene, fled the scene, and the brother that was restrained was ultimately uncuffed and left free to go.
And nobody was arrested that night.
Correct.
Nobody chased down the brother that left the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And nobody arrested the brother that had been handcuffed.
Correct.
And no police reports were written by you or any of the other officers about this incident on that night.
I don't recall when the other officers wrote theirs. I did not write mine on that night.
The next day, you became aware that one or both of the brothers had arrived at Canton Police Department to file a formal complaint for having been physically attacked by you and some of the other officers involved, correct?
I don't recall when I was made aware that they had come down to the police station.
You are aware that there was a complaint sought against you for the physical attack that was alleged to have occurred, correct?
It was brought to my attention that they had come down to the police station.
And you also are aware that only after that complaint had been sought, the police reports were then dated and filed against the two brothers, correct?
So I had spoken to the sergeant on duty the night of the
Yes or
incident.
no question. I'm just looking at the time.
It's not a yes or no question.
So he was just asking you about dates. So can you answer the question? Ask the question
Could you
about the
repeat?
dates again, please.
I'm seeking the chronology of events. A fight occurs, a complaint against you occurs, and then police reports are filed against the two people that are complaining against you. Is that the chronology?
Yes.
And you're also aware that although he had been in a physical fight that night, no charges were ever brought against Chris Albert, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you know that?
I don't know. I don't even know where the fight occurred.
Officer Lang, what we just talked about, is that an example of you using your position as a police officer to come to the aid of one of the members of the Albert family?
It was me coming to the aid of a citizen who was terrified and scared for him and his family on that night.
Who happened to be
Who happened?
named what?
Excuse me, who happened to be Chris Albert.
He's going red.
You
Look
mentioned
at him.
Kevin Albert. Who's he?
Kevin Albert is a detective with the Canton Police.
Is he a coworker?
See you later,
Yes.
Ruthie.
How long have you known him?
Probably since 14, 15 years old.
And you also consider him to be a friend as well as a coworker
I do.
and a colleague.
Yes.
And you're also well aware. I mean, you've said it already. He's the little brother of Brian Albert.
Correct.
And you're also aware that the reason that your department was ultimately recused from this investigation, Lieutenant Lank, is because of a perceived bias or conflict of interest between the Albert family and the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes, there was a perceived bias.
Oh.
Can you tell me one more time, now I want to fast forward to the incident in question. What was the exact time that you arrived at the location, if you know?
I believe it was around 6:24, 6:25.
Okay, and you indicated that that was in response to a call that you got from Sergeant Good.
Yes, that's correct.
What made you decide, or could you have decided to take this particular call? Was it up to you, in other words?
I would never not take that call.
Okay, fair enough. So once you got the call, you knew that you were going to respond because there was something very serious afoot.
Correct.
Did you know at the time you got the call that very serious incident was occurring at 34 Fairview?
No.
When did you realize that?
Upon speaking with Sergeant Good.
Okay, so Sergeant Good I guess that's what maybe I asked an inartful question. I was asking whether or not Sergeant Good told you before you actually arrived, he sort of had to have, that it's at 34 Fairview.
He did.
Okay. At that point, did the light bulb go off and you think to yourself, ding, that's the Albert House?
I don't recall if I realized it then or once I turned onto the street. I don't recall.
At some point before your car came to a stop, you knew this is 34 Fairview, this is the Albert household.
I knew that was Brian Albert's house, yes.
When you arrived, who was the ranking officer at the scene? You mentioned, obviously, we've heard these names, Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, you. Who was the ranking officer?
When I arrived, Sergeant Good was the ranking officer.
Have you reviewed well, let me ask a different question. Did you have a dash cam in the vehicle that you arrived in?
I did not.
And that's because was that a detective vehicle?
Yes,
Sometimes used undercover, et cetera?
yes.
So it's not a fully marked cruiser.
No, not at all.
The other cruisers you're aware did have dash cams, correct?
Yes,
Have you reviewed any or all of those dash cams from Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, Sergeant Good?
yes,
And you reviewed those in preparation for your testimony?
yes.
I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 16. And I'm going to ask Mr. Bates if you could fast forward that to about the runtime of about, 28:35 or so, with the court's permission.
Yes.
Before we play this, it appears to be a still image of,
So let's not describe it.
sure. What do you see on the screen?
I see two still images.
Oh, Lordy.
Okay. Do you recognize either or both of those images?
Yes,
How do you recognize them?
it looks like the scene from that morning from, I believe it's going to be, the top one anyway is that 683 Officer Seraph's cruiser.
And the bottom one?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Looks like possibly Sergeant Goods based on where it's placed.
Okay. If we could fast forward to the 28:40 mark or so. Mr. Bates, you play that. And let's pause it for a second. Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
You indicated that you have reviewed these videos in anticipation of your testimony today, correct?
Yes,
I'm going to ask you to direct your attention to the top video and specifically to an area right around this area in the video, which is highlighted. Before we play, a couple of foundational questions. Did you meet with Jennifer McCabe out behind the vehicle that's depicted in the Officer Seraph dash cam?
yes,
Did you have some sort of a conversation with her?
I did.
At some point, did you see Ms. McCabe leave your presence and walk toward the driveway?
Once the conversation had terminated, I honestly don't recall where she went.
Did she tell you that she intended to go inside the house?
I had said to her that at some point we're going to need to speak to Brian and Nicole
Why did you think it was important to speak to Brian and Nicole?
because it's their property.
And somebody was laying in the snow, unconscious and unresponsive, correct?
Correct.
And obviously that could potentially, at least, implicate people inside the house.
Based on my conversation with Ms. McCabe, she had stated that the intention was for Mr. McCabe, for Mr. O'Keefe to join them at that house. So I wanted to get statements from everybody who was there.
Find out what happened, correct?
Correct.
I mean, that's sort of the obvious initial point of an investigation. Find out who the witnesses are and interview all of them, correct?
Correct.
And you began by talking to Ms. McCabe,
Yes.
knowing that she was a potential witness at least, correct?
She identified herself as a friend of Mr. O'Keefe.
Who had been with Mr. O'Keefe just hours before.
Yes.
He ended up laying in the snow fighting for his life, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also knew that there were other witnesses potentially inside the house because she just told you that, right?
I knew that that was ultimately where he was supposed to end up.
So if there were other witnesses in the house, if there were other individuals in the house, they also were potential witnesses.
Potentially.
And Ms. McCabe indicated, I'm going to go in the house, correct?
I had told her that she's going to have to wake her sister up because we're going to need to speak with them.
You didn't think that it was more important to separate the witnesses and not let her talk to other witnesses?
No.
You felt that it was appropriate to let all the witnesses get together and just discuss the facts before you have an opportunity to interview them separately?
Objection.
It is to the form.
I'm just letting the siren go on.
That's fine.
Lieutenant Lank, if you could direct your attention to the area that I highlighted earlier. Let's go ahead and play the video. Stop. Did you see anything occur at or around the car in the distance?
It appears to be somebody walking towards the house.
Was that Jim McCabe?
I can't say for sure.
Do you see yourself, by the way, in this video?
Yes.
Where are you?
Right here.
Okay. You described for the, I don't know if it's tan or gray.
It's a gray North Face jacket when it's black on the top.
Okay. Toward the shoulders?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play the video and I'll indicate another stopping place that I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about. Apologize. Oh, go, no, sorry. I'm standing in front of someone. Did you see another person shorter in stature approach you?
I believe right there. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Who is that?
I believe it's Kerry Roberts.
Okay. Let's go play it. Pause it. Did you see yourself just exit screen right?
Yes.
It appeared that you had something in your hand.
Yes.
You're taking a call
Yes.
on your cell phone.
Yes.
What was that call?
I don't recall. It could have, I can't see what time that is. I don't believe that I made the call to the CPAC unit until around 6:38, so I'm not sure who that call is to, was from.
If you'll direct your attention, I think now down toward the camera below,
Yes.
you may see yourself enter the frame. Can we go ahead and play it? Go ahead and pause it. Does it appear you're on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Pause it. Did it appear that you walked off screen left?
Yes.
Still on the phone?
Yes.
Go ahead. Pause it. Did you see somebody following that same direction?
It looked like Officer Seraph.
Go ahead and play it.
Actually, I'm wrong because that's Officer Seraph right there, so I'm incorrect.
You think it might have been Sergeant Good?
Could we play it back?
With the court's permission.
Sure, go ahead.
pause. You recognize that person?
Yes, I'm mistaken. That's Sergeant Good.
Okay, go ahead.
There's that horrible blizzard again. Oh my God.
Does it appear that you've walked back into the frame?
Yes,
Are you followed by anybody?
I believe it's still Sergeant Good.
Are you speaking to Sergeant Good or are you walking away from him? Or can't you tell?
In that frame, it appears I'm standing right next to him.
Okay, let's go ahead and play. Pause it. Did it appear you were sort of walking away from Sergeant Good off frame again?
Yes, it appears that I'm pacing.
Were you still on the phone?
Yes.
Go ahead. Pause it. Directing your attention to the top video, do you see the SUV in the video?
Yes.
Does that SUV appear to be leaving the scene?
Yes.
Do you know who was in that video? In that SUV?
I believe it's going to be Kerry Roberts and Karen Reed.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. At that point, are you walking back into the frame on the lower video?
Yes.
At this point, Lieutenant, are the lights on at 34 Fairview on or off?
They still appear to be off.
And at some point while you were at the scene, did the lights come on? I think you testified to that earlier.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to pay special attention to that moment and maybe tell me to stop when you see those lights come on. It may be a minute or so.
Sure.
At this point, does it appear that you're still on the phone?
Yes.
That guy really needs to fix that windshield wiper. Look at the, like, lazy. Mm-hmm. Why are they just standing around looking at each other? Not that I have never seen that before, oh my word. Oh my word. Oh lordy. Can't get settled.
How's it? At this point, is there anything that changed in the scene?
Yes.
What's that?
It appears that there's now a light on inside the home.
And at this point, Ms. McCabe has been inside the house for approximately how long, if you could estimate?
Maybe 3 minutes.
And are you still on the phone? Or have you ended that call?
I can't tell if I'm still on the phone at that point. I know that right around this time is when I end up speaking to the CPAC unit, because I believe I get into the vehicle.
Let's play it just a little bit further forward, maybe another 30 seconds or so.
Liar, liar.
Okay. Does it appear at this point, if you can see, does it appear that you've ended that call, or at least your hands are down by your side?
I can't tell.
Okay. You would agree with me, that's all I have for that. Okay. You would agree with me that that was without counting the seconds, that was about a 5-minute phone call, or maybe a little better than 5 minutes.
I wasn't watching, to be honest.
Do you have any idea who you were talking to now that you've seen that?
I could make an educated guess, but I don't know for sure.
You did notice that several minutes after Jen McCabe went in the house, and while you were on that phone call, the lights finally came on at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
At the point the lights came on, the ladder truck had already gone, left from the scene, correct? The fire engine.
I believe so.
The firefighters are all gone.
Yes.
The ambulance has already left and transported Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
The paramedics are gone, the EMTs.
Yes.
Fire captain and his SUV, that's gone. Is that right?
I'm sorry, was there a question?
The fire captain and his SUV, that's gone.
I'm not sure.
In other words, all the fire and EMTs.
I don't see them on camera.
Doesn't appear that any fire or EMTs are still on scene, correct?
Doesn't appear so.
Carrie Roberts is gone.
Yes.
Karen Reed is gone.
Yes.
So when the only parties left at the scene are members of the Albert family, Jen McCabe, and the Canton Police Department representatives, that's when the lights inside 34 Fairview finally came on.
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And then minutes after that call, you did then speak to CPAC. I'm sorry, to dispatch, correct?
Wow.
CPAC dispatch.
Right, I was getting to that. It was a dispatch, and the dispatch was to CPAC, not to Canton PD.
Correct.
And at some point, did CPAC dispatch indicate that they were on their way, they had declined the call? What was that call all about?
So there are two separate calls.
Your Honor.
Sustained.
To what and why?
Who did you talk to at CPAC?
I don't recall who handled the first call at dispatch.
Okay, do you remember having a conversation with Kelly Dever?
No.
Okay.
I think we're talking about two different things. I'm talking about CPAC dispatch, not Canton Police dispatch.
Okay, fair enough. At some point, did you have a conversation with, well, let me ask it this way. I just don't know. Did you talk to both Canton dispatch and CPAC dispatch?
I definitely spoke to CPAC dispatch.
And okay.
I'm not sure if I spoke to Canton dispatch or not.
All right. At some point, did you say, did you indicate to one or the other, I'm responding to 34 Fairview, we have a Boston police officer who was just found?
I stated that I was already at 34 Fairview.
You indicated that he does have some trauma to his head area, correct?
That's correct.
And you said, quote, I'm not sure if he's been in a fight or whatever. Our medics don't believe he's going to make it.
Correct.
End quote. Sergeant Lang, you never saw John O'Keefe's body, correct?
Correct.
So somebody disclosed to you that it appeared that he had been in a, quote, fight or whatever, at least at that point. That was your thought.
No.
And what made you say, well, you didn't say to dispatch, the victim appears to have been shot, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been stabbed.
No.
He had been strangled.
No.
You didn't say it appeared he'd been hit by a car.
Correct.
You said it appeared that he'd been in a fight or whatever. correct?
I stated that he had some trauma to his head, and I said, I don't know if he has been in a fight. And then I believe I described it as I don't remember my exact terminology, but it was a crazy scene.
Chaotic scene?
Possibly. I don't recall my exact words, something to that effect.
But you do recall your exact words to dispatch being, I don't know if he's been in a fight or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk about inside the house for just a few minutes, if I could. You've talked extensively about the crime scene outside, and we'll get to that in a second, but I want to talk about what did or did not happen inside the house. Did you actually make it inside the house at some point?
Yes.
Okay. When was that? How long? Let's use Jennifer McCabe as the time frame. How long after that did you finally go inside the house, after she'd been in the house?
So it was specifically just after I got off the phone with CPAC.
So just a few minutes after we ended that video?
Yes.
And you walked you said either along the driveway or through the yard?
I believe it was up the driveway.
Okay. Once you went in the house, you made contact with the individuals in the house, correct?
Yes.
And you believed, at least at that point, that there was a potential, that there was a, let me rephrase that. You knew that you were dealing with a violent incident, correct?
No.
You thought maybe it was just a heart attack?
I didn't know what it was. At that point in time, I didn't know what it was. Could have been a multitude of things.
But what was going through your mind at that point was it could have been a fight or whatever, because he had trauma to his head. Those were your words.
Those were my words, yes.
Okay. So you didn't think it was like some old man who died of old age, right?
Based on his age, no, I wouldn't have suspected that.
You didn't think it was an accidental drowning or something?
Again, it could have been a multitude of things to cause those injuries. So at that point in time, we had no idea what we were looking at.
But you were aware that it had something to do with a violent incident. He had trauma to his face and he's unconscious, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why? Why? Oh,
Did you
yeah,
believe that there were any
yeah.
indicators that Mr. O'Keefe had
Lordy,
been involved
lordy.
in some sort of a physical altercation?
Possibly.
Okay. And that's because you used the phrase, he had trauma to his face and head, right?
That's what I had been told, yes.
So based on what you had been told, you knew that there was a person laying out unconscious just outside a residence that may have been involved in a physical altercation. That's fair.
It's a possibility, yes. But again, there were a multitude of things that were going through my head as possibilities.
But that's one of the premier possibilities, right?
I wouldn't say it's premier. It was one of the possibilities.
And it's logical to believe that if a fight had occurred, very well may have started inside the residence 30 feet away.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you believe in your mind that it was possible, given the fact that a violent confrontation was possible in your mind, that it could have started inside the house?
Objection.
Sustained.
They were approached.
Yes.
Oh my God, this woman. She's going to be all over them with this guy. I knew it right from the get-go. It's just an ish show. It's Bev's bonker courtroom. I don't know what you'd call this. Shite show. She's a disgrace.
Ma'am?
Sure.
Lieutenant Lang, given what you believed at the time and the possibility that there was a fight or whatever, did you logically think in your mind, your state of mind was it possibly could have started in the house?
If it had been of confrontation, it could have started anywhere.
Right? The house is part of anywhere, right?
Correct.
So in other words, the house is not excluded in your mind at that point as a starting point for the investigation. Is that right?
Well, the starting point would have been where Mr. O'Keefe had been discovered. And then based on speaking with the witnesses, there was no indication that he had ever made it into the house.
Well, you didn't know that until you followed up on your investigation, correct?
I learned that by speaking to Ms. McCabe.
So you just took Ms. McCabe's word for it.
At that point in time, that was the only person I had spoken to, and she gave me a timeline of events from that night where Mr. O'Keefe was supposed to come back to the house, but never made it.
Have you ever been, in your course of investigating cases, have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? Have you ever been lied to by a witness?
Yes.
So it's not necessarily the best investigative technique to just take a witness's word for something, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You need to actually investigate the circumstances for yourself and to your own satisfaction. Is that a fair statement?
Sure.
One of those investigative techniques would be to walk into the house and figure out who's who there, correct?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. One of those investigative techniques to satisfy yourself that you're actually getting to the truth of the matter would be to walk into the house and figure out who's in the house first.
I will agree that I needed to speak to the people in the home. I can't just walk in their house. I have to announce myself, and they don't have to let me in.
I understand. I'm not trying to parse those words. I just mean entering the home and interviewing witnesses. That would be a normal part of your investigation initially, correct?
Yes.
And you also knew that the most obvious place to look for witnesses that may have information about a fallen man in the snow would be 30 feet away in the home, correct?
Correct.
So once you're inside the residence, you walked in the front door, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that there's a stair that services the second floor. Is that right?
Straight ahead, yes.
Right. Just before the staircase, there's a door to your left, right?
I don't recall.
You remember whether or not there's a door that when you open it, goes directly downstairs to the basement?
I don't recall.
You indicated on direct examination that you didn't notice anything. I'm paraphrasing, so forgive me. You didn't notice anything out of place in the home.
No.
But you didn't go downstairs to the basement and look, did you?
No.
Didn't look for broken furniture down there?
I didn't enter the basement at all.
You didn't look for torn clothing down there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
How about anywhere in the house? Did you look for broken furniture or torn clothing or blood evidence or DNA evidence?
At that point in time, I never made it past the front foyer area.
So the answer to my question is no, you did not.
I never made it past the front foyer area.
So if I were to ask you one more time, I know you never made it past the foyer. Did you ever investigate the foyer area or any other part of the house for evidence of a fight?
The only area I was able to observe at that point, everything appeared to be in order.
But you didn't search the rest of the house for a fight, Lieutenant. That's all I'm asking.
No, I wouldn't have had probable cause to do so.
And did you seek guidance from a court as to whether or not you might have probable cause?
Do you mean a search warrant?
That's what I mean.
I wouldn't fill out an affidavit for a search warrant because it wouldn't have probable cause.
In your mind, there was no PC to search that house, right?
Objection.
Let's move on from this.
Jeez.
One
Yeah.
of the ways to secure a premises, any premises, in a normal crime scene investigation would be to remove the witnesses and animals from that premises to sort of freeze it and lock it down, correct?
If there was reason to do so, yes.
Okay. Were the witnesses in this case asked to come outside the house in order to freeze the house down as a potential crime scene?
No.
Were any animals removed in order to freeze and lock down the house as a potential crime scene?
I didn't observe any animals.
Did you, and this is the last question on this issue, did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises, the inside of the house, in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. Did you do anything to lock down and secure that premises in any way, shape, form, or fashion?
No.
Did you allow witnesses to go inside the house other than Jim McCabe?
Yes.
Who was that?
I believe Matt McCabe entered the house after I had come out.
And did you seek to separate any of the witnesses or admonish them that they are not to be in each other's presence and discuss the facts of the case before you had an opportunity to interview them?
No.
And as you sit here, you have no idea, when you were not in their presence, you have no idea what the occupants of that house were discussing
Correct.
or what they were doing.
I have no idea what they were doing.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Given the fact that you were the first law enforcement officer inside the house, did you seek to photograph anything inside the house?
When you say I was the first law enforcement officer, I was with Sergeant Good. Both of us walked in at the same time.
That's fair. I don't mean to be vague, but you were sort of leading the discussion, correct? With the interviews.
Yes.
At least according to Sergeant Good, you were taking charge.
Sure.
As the first law enforcement officer to take charge inside the house, did you seek to photograph that?
No.
Of that location?
No, I did not.
Did you make any drawings or diagrams of the layout of the house?
No, I did not.
Did you know where the furniture was or was not?
I don't know what you mean.
Did you note in the diagram where furniture was? There's a dining room table here. It's got 6 chairs. There's a kitchen table over there.
No, I did not.
Did you note in any document where the individuals were, the human beings were in relation to each other when you walked in the house?
Are you asking me where I were, or did I make a
I'm asking you
diagram?
whether or not you documented that.
No.
Had you been told at the time that you went in the house that John Keefe was found out in the yard, that there was a shoe missing? His right shoe was missing.
No,
You didn't have that information yet?
I did not.
Did you subsequently learn that?
I learned that much later after we had already cleared the area.
Tell me what much later means. Days, hours, weeks?
I honestly couldn't give an exact answer on that.
I think I know the answer to this, but you didn't do any search for any missing clothing from the victim inside the house?
I did not.
Oh, you're fine.
Last question on this, or last series of questions on this issue.
Just lay
You
down.
understand the importance of electronic devices in modern investigations, correct?
Yes.
iPads, cell phones, things of that nature.
Sure.
Because they can record things like photographs, videos, conversations, text messages, and emails.
Yes.
Would you consider electronic devices relatively vital in modern law enforcement investigations?
I'm sorry, violent?
Vital.
Yes. Yes.
Right? They're critical items of evidence, right? It's like walking around with your entire life in your palm of your hand, correct?
Correct.
Did you seek to secure any electronic devices from any of the occupants of that house that morning?
No.
Did you ask for consent to look through their electronic devices, for instance, their cell phones, for text messages, or communications?
No.
Did you believe, well, turning back to a question that you were asked by Mr. Lally, you did in fact interview Brian Albert at the scene, correct?
Yes.
You also interviewed his wife.
Yes.
Did you believe at any point before you interviewed Mr. Albert that it was incumbent upon you to let your supervisors know that there may be a conflict of interest because of a personal relationship that you had with the family?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever, in fact, not whether you believed, it was
Oh
but
my
did you ever, in
God.
fact, notify any of your superiors at Canton PD or any other law enforcement agency that you had a personal relationship with the Albert family or members of the Albert family?
I did not.
You indicated that you believe you spoke to Mr. Albert and his wife, Nicole Albert, for maybe 15 to 20 minutes. Is that what you said?
Roughly.
Did you record that conversation?
I did not.
You had your cell phone with you, correct?
Yes.
You know that has recording capability?
Yes.
Was anybody else with Nicole, when I say with, I mean in earshot of Nicole and Brian Albert when you interviewed either one of them or both of them?
Jennifer McCabe.
So you interviewed them together.
Yes.
Did you then interview Jennifer McCabe?
I had spoken to Jennifer McCabe outside. To the best of my memory, I believe once we were inside, I was able to get some more information from her based on the chronological order of events.
And when you were getting this information about the chronological order of events, that was within earshot of Brian Albert and Nicole Albert.
Yes.
So when you interviewed Brian Albert, Nicole and Jennifer McCabe were listening, correct?
Yes.
When you interviewed Nicole Albert, Brian Albert and Jennifer McCabe were listening.
Yes.
And when you got this chronological layout of the night before from Jennifer McCabe, Brian and Nicole were both listening.
Yes.
After you met with the three of them and interviewed them, you indicated that you came back. You'd already left, you came back. And I'm jumping ahead a little bit, so forgive me. When you came back, it was around 9 a.m.?
No. I came back just moments later.
Had you actually left? I may be a bit confused, so I apologize. Had you actually left and driven back to Canton PD?
No.
Okay, so you just came back in the house?
When Mr. McCabe entered the house?
No, I'm so sorry. I'm jumping ahead, so that's unfair. You left, now we're at the point where you've already cleared the crime scene.
Okay.
And then at some point you get called back
Yes.
because Ms. McCabe said she had additional information she wanted to impart.
Yes.
When you interviewed Ms. McCabe that second time, were Brian and Nicole Albert there?
Yes.
Were they within earshot?
Yes.
And they listened to that conversation as well.
Yes.
After that conversation, did you meet with any other witnesses between February 29th, later in the day, January 29th, any time until February 4th?
No.
None.
No.
I do want to talk for a second, just a brief second, about setting up a crime scene outdoors. You indicated that the crime scene was relatively secure, was your word. It was relatively secure because there were patrol cars or cruisers sort of around the perimeter
Yes.
of the yard. Is that right?
That's correct.
Crime scene tape wasn't working because it was windy.
Crime scene tape was up, but it was being blown all over the place.
Okay. And of course, Canton PD has the ability to go get stakes and just hammer some stakes into the dirt if you wish to.
No.
You don't have stakes at Canton PD?
No, we-
I mean stakes. You eat STAKES.
I know what a stake is. No, we don't have any.
Canton PD doesn't have those.
No.
So if the crime scene tape was blowing down, that was just sort of a, let's give up on it. Wasn't doing any good.
No.
In your mind, it was futile.
The crime scene tape was futile, yes. It was left up until we made the determination to take it down, but it wasn't really doing its job.
All right. And once the scene was cleared, all those cruisers that were protecting that crime scene were now gone, right?
Yes.
And all the cruisers were gone by about 7:50 in the morning, 7:50, 7:55.
Yes.
So before 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely, I'm sorry, after 8 a.m., that crime scene was completely open.
Yes.
Unsecured
Yes.
and available to anybody who wanted access to it.
Correct.
Don't bite your nails.
One of the reasons to secure a crime scene is to minimize the possibility of evidence destruction on one hand, correct?
Yes.
And evidence tampering on the other hand, right?
Sure.
And examples of evidence tampering could be just moving a piece of evidence.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's overruled. Just not too much further with this, though.
I've just got a couple of quick questions about this.
Could you repeat that, please?
Here we
An
go.
example, or a couple of examples of evidence tampering could be something as simple as moving a piece of evidence. Moving
We
from
knew
here
it
to
was
here,
coming.
correct?
Hurry up on
That
that.
would be tampering, yes.
Hiding evidence, getting rid of it, right?
Yes.
taking evidence out of the scene or putting evidence back into the scene, correct?
Hurry up
Yes.
about this.
Or even
on
planting
this.
evidence that didn't exist before. All of those would be examples of tampering with evidence.
Yes.
She's bad,
And setting
JJ.
up a
Like,
proper
she's
crime
bad.
scene minimizes or eliminates the possibility for that.
Setting up a crime scene would, could you say that again, please?
Sure. Setting up a proper crime scene, securing a proper crime scene minimizes or tries to eliminate the possibility of that type of evidence tampering. Obviously.
It would, but at this point in time, we weren't aware of, at this point in time, state police said they weren't responding. So there was no longer an area to preserve at that point.
So in your mind, well, let me phrase it a different way. What that means is after 8 a.m., that scene was just open.
It was.
You found both the blood that we saw pictures of and the cocktail glass that we were just introduced to this morning, correct?
Yes.
You searched the area that was adjacent to where you believed the body was. Is that right?
We searched, I would say, about a 6x6 or 7x7 area,
6x6 or 7x7?
roughly. 6 feet on each side.
Right. You were looking for obviously anything that was out of place, anything that didn't belong.
Yes.
Like a man's size 12 shoe would have caught your attention.
It would.
A black baseball cap would have caught your attention.
It would.
Piece of plastic broken probably would have caught your attention.
Yes.
Certainly 45 pieces of plastic would have caught your attention.
Yes.
And between you and Officer Seraph, Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Lieutenant Gallagher, none of that was found.
The only things we found were the things that were documented.
You did find the blood, however, is that right?
Yes.
Who literally physically leaned down and scooped that blood up?
Me.
And that was done in a plastic solo cup that we've heard a little bit about. Is that right?
Yes.
You're aware that those solo cups are unsealed?
I believe Lieutenant Gallagher got them out of a sealed package.
When I say unsealed, I mean they don't have a lid on them. They're not airtight containers.
Correct.
So once you scoop up the snow and the dirt and the debris and the grass and everything else along with the blood, they're just open to the air.
Yeah, there was snow and blood. There was no dirt and debris in the class that I can recall.
You're sure about that? There's no dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any, no.
You didn't observe any dirt in the snow? You don't think there's dirt and snow?
I didn't observe any dirt in the glass. Excuse me, the cup.
Okay. Certainly wasn't a sterile cup.
No.
Certainly wasn't a crime scene cup.
No.
You're aware that the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab warns against collecting any biological material in anything made of plastic, correct? Are you aware of that?
No.
When you scooped up the blood, did you videotape that process so we know exactly which blood stain was scooped up from where?
I don't recall if it was videotaped, but we did not document which scoop went in which cup.
Okay. So if there was multiple contributors of the blood, we'd sort of have no idea which blood drop belonged to whom, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Once these unsealed cups were in your possession, what did you do with them?
The cups were placed into the Toyota Tundra that I was driving that day and ultimately returned back to the police station.
Okay, and you talked a little bit about the process once you returned back to the station. They were put in a brown evidence bag, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, when you log these items into tell me the name of it again, it's temporary evidence?
The blood was put in temporary evidence refrigerator
Okay, inside the evidence bag. Cups are still inside the evidence bag and it's logged in.
I don't recall that. I'm not sure if I took them out or not. I don't recall.
You indicated that there's an item number or property number that's assigned to them.
Yes,
There's generated a seal or a label to go on the evidence that's being stored, correct?
it should, yes.
And the bag is sealed. The evidence bag is sealed like this red tape that we see on this thing, correct?
When possible, there are certain items that can't be bagged, and then sometimes you create a tag and attach it to a tag.
Right, but if it's a brown paper bag that's an evidence bag, you certainly just fold over the edge of it and just put a red evidence seal on it to make sure that that's secure and not tampered with, correct?
That would be one way to do it, yes. I don't recall if I left them in the bag or took them out of the bag. I don't recall.
If you left them in the bag, you likely would have, if you're booking them into evidence, you likely would have used some red crime scene, not crime scene tape, evidence tape.
If I had left them in the bag, I would have put the property label right on the bag.
So everybody could see it.
Yes,
Okay, there's an evidence bag with important evidence in it. Don't mess with it. It's secure, correct?
yes.
Can we have tab 23? Do you recognize what's depicted in this exhibit?
I believe it's Miss Reed's vehicle.
For the record, you're looking at what's been previously marked as exhibit 37. You see a little white rag down there by the right rear quarter panel?
Yes.
Let's go to tab 24. You see that white rag?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you see a bag sitting next to it?
I do.
Doesn't look like an evidence bag, does it?
No, it looks like a Stop and Shop bag.
Stop
But
and Shop.
actually, it looks like an evidence bag. It just doesn't say Canton Police on it. It says Stop and Shop, but it does look like an evidence bag. It's the same thing.
That's a grocery bag.
It is. And that's exactly what our evidence bags look like. So that's what I thought it was at first.
Right, except it doesn't say anything about evidence on it. It says Stop and Shop, correct?
Correct.
What do you think's in that evidence bag? I'm sorry, Stop and Shop bag.
I'm not sure.
You were when these pictures were taken?
I could tell that it's the Canton Police Sally Port. So it's some point after the state police had seized the vehicle.
And at some point after you had brought the solo cups back to the station.
Correct.
Matter of fact, these were taken on February 1st when the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab finally took possession of these items of evidence, correct?
I was not in the police station for those 2 days.
Let's look at the next tab, tab 25. You recognize that?
It appears to be solo cups with substance inside.
Are those just any solo cups or the solo cups that you took back to the station from 34 Fairview?
I mean, I couldn't say definitively, but it certainly looks like it.
It appears that they have red liquid material floating in the bottom
Yes.
that appear to be blood.
The top three I can see. Yeah. The only two I see that don't have it are the bottom two left.
Okay, let's look at the next tab, which is 26. And you see somebody with gloved hands opening that bag? Same bag, little white rag right there?
I do.
Okay, that appear to be the same 6 solo cups?
That you just showed me in the previous slide?
Yes.
Yes.
So are those the same 6 solo cups that you gathered at the scene at 34 Fairview and ultimately brought back to Canton PD?
They certainly appear like they are, but I can't say definitively, but they appear to be.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your words. Go ahead. I'm sure.
They appear to be the same solo cups, but I couldn't say definitively.
Let's go back to tab 24. And the reason you can't say definitively, Lieutenant, is because there is no label on this bag, is there?
Not on that side of it, no.
There is no property number on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
There's no evidence tape on this bag, is there?
Not on the side that's visible to me, no.
Well, let's look at the other photographs. Are you, well, before we do that, are you suggesting that all of that material is on the other side of this bag?
I don't know. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm telling you I don't know.
Okay, let's look at the next tab. Looking at it from the top, does it appear anywhere from that vantage point that there's evidence tape that's ever been put on that bag, that has ever been secured?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Well, one of the ways that you can tell that evidence tape has been put on an item is because when the evidence tape is placed on it, it's completely sealed. And if in fact that seal is ever broken, it's not torn off, it's cut, and there's initials put on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever used evidence tape before?
Why?
To seal
Sustained.
anything?
Oh my God, these guys.
I'm sure I have. I don't recall off the top of my head.
How long have you been a detective? I'm sorry, how long were you a detective when you were a detective?
I was a detective for 11 months as a sergeant, and then I was a detective for 15 months back in 2011, 12.
And in your experience, and how long have you been a police officer?
Over 24 years.
So in your 24 years of experience and over a year as a detective, you can't remember if you've ever used evidence sealing tape?
As I said, I'm sure I have. I just can't recall one off the top of my head.
When, if you don't recall using it at all, isn't the protocol that when evidence sealing tape is used to seal an item of evidence, when it's removed, it's not torn off, it's cut, and then new sealing tape is put over it with an initial and a date, correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
I don't.
Okay, next question.
Thank you. That's all I have for this.
Okay, I'm going to see Councilor Tybar for just a minute, please.
Oh, Lila. Of course you are. Of course you are. You know what? We watch other trials that go a very long time without needing sidebars. This woman has them every 20 minutes. It is dodgy, Dingo. Like, it's what the hell is going on in this courtroom? Yeah, well, Bev doesn't like a lot of things, does she, Tony? Yeah, it is bonkers. I agree, Shauna. She certainly doesn't seem to know what the hell she's doing. I'm sorry, but she's supposed to sit back and just keep everything running smooth. She is not supposed to dictate which way things go. I've just never seen this before. Oh my God. That's the way I've seen it. So what is the, it looks to me like maybe they're leaving the courtroom. Everyone's standing up. I wish she had a friendlier face. All righty. Lordy, lordy, you guys. This is something else. Oh, my word, right? I give these lawyers on the defense credit because they're keeping a pretty even keel. And I don't know that I'd be able to do it. That's for damn sure. Yeah, I mean, that was not protected in any way, those little red Solo cups. And he's right. Like, they weren't marked as to where they came from. Any of that. usually we see things that are coming from a scene that are all numbered, where things came from. Like it's organized so that you can go through everything and it's not all that difficult. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. I don't know what's going to end up happening here. Like, I can't believe that we're sitting here watching a trial, to be honest with you. There's no evidence. Yeah. Yeah. If it ends up that it's a not guilty, she can go back at them. And I'm sure that is a problem for them. It is. Ew. Ew. That's all I'm gonna see now. Ew. Always, always. She camera bombs me all the time, both of them. So they all stood up. Does that mean that they let the jury go? I've got no idea. I'm kind of thinking they sent them out. So would that be an early lunch or will she call them back for another 20 minutes? And I don't even know if this is going to be a full day. She gives very, very little out. She likes it when we guess, I guess. We guess, I guess. Have a good night, Dingo. Sleep well, friend. See you later, skater. Okay. Is that a pew pew or are you just glad to see me? I'll be childish. The pocket rocket. What a small, small courtroom. Like, what do they use these little things for? Lectures or something? Carrie. It is a weird courthouse. They're set up really bizarre. I mean, they look pretty, but that's about it. I mean, we could probably live without the blue tape. So if they're going to 3:30, that's only a few more hours. So are they giving them a rest or what's going on? She always asks Madame Court Reporter if she needs a break. An escapee from Pickle Park. Hanging out in the courtrooms. Lordy, lordy. Carrie. Oh my God. Okay, I'm just not gonna look at you guys. Oh, lordy, lordy. Okay.
Jim.
Jim. Yeah, I can't even look over there right now.
Oh, we're bringing them over? Yes, please.
Please, please.
She's very active in her own defense, isn't she? That poor dad. He's always got that sad face.
Surprise for the jury?
Yeah, they did let them out. I thought so. So does that mean no break? No lunch break if they're leaving early? She's got the strangest hours, this woman. It is stressful.
Back in session, you may be seated.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have at this time.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Damn, that guy's
Thank you,
got
Your Honor.
bad
Just,
hair.
briefly, sir, with regard to,
What the
incident you
hell
were
is
asked
going
about
on the head of that man?
You explain, in your own words, what happened.
So I had left the establishment, Centerfields is what it was called at the time. And the owner had asked me if I could drive a patron home who had too much to drink. So I obliged. Walked across the street to the parking lot, got in my truck with the patron. And as I was pulling out, that's when Mr. Albert approached my truck and told me how he had been in an altercation earlier in the evening with Mark Lapalato, and that Mark had made threats towards him and his family, that he was going to harm his family. They had a young child at the time. Mr. Albert was concerned and asking me what he should do. Excuse me. As I was telling him what I think he should do, he said something to the effect of, "Oh no, here they come." And I observed multiple men walking down the sidewalk in our direction. At this point, I got out of my truck, approached the group, and pleaded with them. I said, "Guys, not tonight. He's by himself. He's with his wife, girlfriend. There's not going to be a fight tonight." And I did my best to diffuse the situation, but they weren't having it. They made several attempts to push past me. Ultimately, a wrestling match ensued. Mr. Lapalato at one point said, "I know who you are. I don't give a fuck," and asked me what I was going to do about it. A wrestling match ensued. I was punched. And at that point, I defended myself and did engage in a physical altercation with Mark.
Now, you were asked about sort of timing of reports. You didn't write a report until a couple days later, is that correct?
That's correct.
Why was that?
I had spoken to the shift supervisor that night, and I asked him if he wanted me to return and generate a report at that point. And he advised me that I could do it the next time I was at work, which was a couple of days later.
And as far as the police responding to that parking lot that night, how were they notified of you?
I had yelled across the street when the group was trying to push its way past me. I yelled across the street to the bartender and the owner had made their way, excuse me, out onto the sidewalk street area. I yelled across the street and I said, call the police, and they ultimately called 911.
Now, what, if any, relevance or factor did any of that have in your minds in regard to your response and interviews or anything that you did on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely nothing.
And in fact, that involved Christopher Albert in 2002, correct?
Yes, it did.
And you were at Brian Albert's residence in 2022, correct?
Correct.
And just to be clear, just because their last name is Albert, they're separate people. You have separate relationships with each of those persons, correct?
Correct.
Now, you grew up in the town, you work in the town. Fair to say you go to calls regarding people that you know?
Yes.
Whether that be witnesses, people that you arrest, any of the like, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the questions that you were asked about Mr. O'Keefe, just to be clear, you never laid eyes on Mr. O'Keefe's body at any point in time on January 29th or thereafter, correct?
No, I didn't.
We're asked some questions about, on the cruiser cam video, whether you're on the phone. You indicated that you could make an educated guess as to who you're on the phone with. Who would that be?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
And so at the time that you're on the phone from that video, Lieutenant Gallagher was not on scene yet, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to the weather on that day, you talked a bit about sort of the weather as you were on scene. During the time that you were on scene, did it essentially persist in the same manner?
Yes.
And then later on that day, what, if any, change occurred with regard to the weather?
As I recall, while we were there, it stayed the same. If anything, it might have gotten even worse.
And from your memory of that day, did that continue throughout the course of the day while you were working?
Yes.
Now, with regard to in the house at 34 Fairview Road, each of those occasions, if you could, with respect to the 3 occasions that you went inside the house to speak to people, where were those people within the house?
The first time I went in, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert were located, I believe, on the stairs or sitting possibly at some point on the stairs. Jen McCabe was to my right. The second time I went back in, excuse me, was also through the front door. And it was the same positioning, except this time Matt McCabe was present and Matt was also to my right.
And then on the third occasion, when yourself and Lieutenant Gallagher came back to speak to Ms. McCabe further?
We went in through the door to the right. So it's to the right of the main door. We went in through that door and stayed in like the dining kitchen area. And that's where I spoke with Jennifer.
And that third time that you went back and you spoke with Jennifer, where was Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matthew McCabe, any of those parties that were there before? You know.
They were present. I actually don't recall if Matthew McCabe was there the third time. Brian and Nicole were definitely there. I believe they were in the general vicinity, but I couldn't tell you exactly where they were.
And same thing when you went back on that third occasion, what, if anything, did you note as far as the interior of the house, anything askew, anything out of place?
No, everything looked to be in order.
Nothing further on.
May we approach very briefly?
Yes.
Lordy, lordy. So what? Another sidebar to see what she can restrict the defense from this time? Did I had to step away for a second. It was Jackson who asked for this, right? Or was it the other side? $3:30 is supposed to be wrap-up time, so I wonder, will they give them a full lunch, more breaks? How's she gonna do it this time? She's all over the place. I'm not sure. I haven't even looked into it to see how many of this type of cases she's actually presided over. Jackson did. Half day today. So they'll be done in about what? That gives them 15 minutes? I heard 3:30. So a half day would be like 15 minutes. But are we waiting, or is this going on till 3:30? I did.
Mayor, Your Honor.
Yes.
Very briefly, Lieutenant Lank, you indicated that you claimed in your description that you were assaulted by the local leader brothers, correct?
Yes.
The fact is, they were never convicted of anything having to do with this case, the case that you're describing. Is that true?
Correct.
You also indicated that they made either a threatening comment to you or disparaging comment to you about, I don't give a fuck, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that what was actually said was you said to them, I don't know who you are, but I'm going to make your life miserable?
No.
All of this incident was in furtherance of you protecting a member of the Albert family when they asked for your help, correct?
No, it was me protecting someone who asked for my help who was clearly in fear.
Who happened to be in Albert.
Happened to be in Albert.
Thank you.
All righty.
All right, you are all set. Lieutenant, you're all set, sir. Let's try and get some testimony from one more witness.
Yes.
And jurors, we will break right at 1, but let's see if we can get more testimony in, please. Who's your next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Lieutenant Charles Ray.
Okay.
It's hard to listen to her kangaroo court.
Right up.
Oh, I hear you, James.
Something so the evidence gives the court and jury the case now here is for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
The number is
I agree, Tony.
good. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Charles Ray, R-A-E.
And how are you employed, sir?
I work for the Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police?
Approximately 25 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Canton Police?
I'm a lieutenant.
And how long have you had the rank of lieutenant with the Canton Police?
I've been a lieutenant for about 9 years.
And what, if any, sort of specialized duties or assignments do you have within the Canton Police Department?
Day to day, going to be a patrol shift commander. Some ancillary duties include overseeing the family services unit, which includes juvenile services, school resource officers, sexual assault investigations, and special populations.
And if I could turn your attention to January 29th, 2022, you worked in that day?
I came in to work the day shift at about 7:30 a.m.
See you later, Shauna.
7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m.
And when you arrived that day at the department, what if anything was sort of going on at the department that day when you arrived?
Well, there was a well forecasted snowstorm. It was in the early stages. So when I came in, there was a lot of, as there usually is at shift change, a lot of comings and goings, people leaving the shift, people coming onto the shift. And it was a busy dispatch area at that time.
And at some point after you arrived at work, were you made aware of a call that your department had dispatched to shortly after 6 a.m. on that day?
Correct.
And so just in general terms, what was it that you learned about that call?
The outgoing shift sergeant, when he returned, usually there's a roll call. I believe that day, I don't recall there being a roll call, but there was an exchange of information, as there typically is, in the dispatch area. And I was advised that there was an unresponsive man found in the snow on Fairview Road.
And that outgoing shift supervisor was who?
Sergeant Sean Good.
And what, if any, information were you given as far as the unresponsive man?
That he was a Boston police officer, and he was found at 34 Fairview Road.
Yes, yes. At some point, did you learn what his name was?
Yes, Mr.
And who did you learn?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And were you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe?
I had never met him before, no.
At some point, did you become aware of where he lived?
Yes.
And from what you had learned from Sergeant Goods, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe being transported from the scene to the hospital, who, if anyone else, was transported from the scene to the hospital?
I was advised that his girlfriend was on the scene as well, and she was subsequently transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, the same hospital that Mr. O'Keefe was transported to.
And at some point over the course of that morning, did you become aware of any children that Mr. O'Keefe was responsible for as far as the legal guardianship?
Yes, I was made aware that he was the guardian of 2 young children that may or may not be at the house at that time unattended, given the fact that both he and his girlfriend were transported.
Based on that information, what, if anything, did you decide?
I'm not sure if it was a suggestion of the former chief or if it was just something that organically developed, but it seemed like the right thing to do a well-being check on the children at 1 Meadows Ave, which was Mr. O'Keefe's residence.
And just with respect to the former chief specifically, who are you talking about?
Ken Berkowitz.
And a well-being check, if you could describe to the jury, sort of what is involved in that and what does it entail as it applies to this situation?
As it applies to this situation, we believe that there may be 2 young unattended children, and knowing that both Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed wouldn't be returning to the house anytime soon, we wanted to check on them so that if they woke up and wonder where everybody was and need some assistance, that perhaps we could provide that and help locate other loved ones or bring them to the police station if we had to, just to kind of provide some sort of comforting presence.
And within the Canton Police Department, is there a specific cruiser that's allocated for sort of the shift supervisor?
Yes, 682.
And is that the cruiser that you used to go to 1 Meadows Ave?
We did.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, went with?
Sergeant Lehan and he was the incoming sergeant.
And what, if any, role does Sergeant Leanne have with regard to the department? Specific role?
Now he's a detective sergeant and prosecutor. At that time, he was a shift sergeant.
And so the 682 cruiser that you were driving, are you aware that that has a cruiser camera fixed to it?
Correct.
Have you had occasion to review that footage from that particular cruiser on that particular morning?
I have now, yes.
Your Honor, if I could ask to publish for the jury a portion of Exhibit 41.
Okay.
Gilman, if I could have that on the screen, if I could ask Ms. Gilman if you could fast forward to 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 53 seconds. And what's up on the screen right now, Lieutenant? Do you recognize what that is?
That'd be the interior of Sallyport Door 3, which is where the 682 would have been parked.
And then from there is where you drove from that position to One Meadows, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run for a minute.
This whole thing is just ridiculous. Just absolutely ridiculous. Oh, look at that blizzard, guys. No. Don't go driving out in that. Don't go driving out in that weather. Look at that blizzard. Oh, my word. Yep. He doesn't know he's an officer, but he knows his kids are alone. How does that happen? I mean, if they can turn this into a blizzard, they can turn anything. They can turn a rock into a diamond. It's not even close to a blizzard.
Gilman, if you could pause it there.
Look at his
Gilman,
windshield
if you
wipers.
could,
Give me a
I
break.
ask
Oh, there you
to,
go.
Fast forward to about 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 25 seconds.
Okay, looking for the blizzard, guys. Oh, no.
If you could play it from there.
Don't drive on those roads. I tell you what, when they look like this, stay home, folks. Yeah, this is just, don't leave your house. It's bad outside. Your kids could hit hypothermia in seconds. No. No. They're just ridiculous people. They're ridiculous people.
Gilman, if you could pause it there.
Right?
What's up on the screen, Lieutenant? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
One Meadows Ave.
And sort of the middle of the screen, is that sort of a front door to the home? Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
The door that you went to, is that the door, or did you go to a different door? If you know.
I don't remember which door we went to.
Now, with respect to this home, had you ever been there before?
No.
Nice
Subsequent
house.
to this, did you come to learn also that the residents of One Meadows Ave had cameras of its own?
Yes.
Have you seen camera footage from both the driveway and the front door from the residents from that morning when you were there?
Yes.
Now, as far as a well-being check, if you could just sort of physically describe to the jury, what is it that you're doing with regard to a well-being check when you come to a house like this?
We're going to check to see if there's anybody there, which is typically the case. And we're going to go knock on doors and see if there's any activity of anybody at the home.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could get away.
I would sure think so.
you can pause it there, Mr. Now, so it appears from this you pull into the driveway at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes,
And there's a vehicle directly in front of you, correct?
correct.
And at the time, you were not aware of or the particulars of the incident that occurred earlier in the morning, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say from what's depicted up on the screen, was that essentially what the driveway looked like at that time when you came in there at approximately 8:23 in the morning, correct?
Yes.
And as far as when you went to knock on the door, are you just knocking on the front door and then no one answers and that's it? Or look around the house? What is it that you do on a well beach?
You would go to the front door or the door that you think everyone would use in a whatever the situation was. You take a cursory glance around to see if there's any reason to check anywhere else. In this case, it's a fenced backyard, so I'm not going to be going back there. Because if in this case, we weren't looking for someone that might be a dead body, we were looking for 2 children that would be up and active.
How do you know that?
Now, as far as that vehicle that's parked in the driveway in front of you, did you have any reason to look at it, inspect it, or anything like that at this point that you're at the house?
No.
And as far as any condition of it, specifically the right rear passenger side, you didn't have any occasion to go inspecting that or looking at it at that point, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as from this video, the condition of the right rear passenger side and the condition vis-a-vis the left rear passenger side, that's how it appeared in the driveway when you pulled up, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could hit play.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of damage, that's for sure.
Pause right there, Ms. Gilman.
If any, like, I'm not seeing damage.
So the individual just sort of walked across the front of the cruiser. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And who was that?
that was me.
Your Honor, I'm not sure how. Maybe we approach.
Okay.
Oh my God. I don't know how. I don't know how, sweetie. Can we just like talk about it for a minute? Oh my God. I'm gonna barf. Look at him stare at
Lieutenant,
her.
we're gonna need you back tomorrow. We're going to break for today.
Okay.
So, jurors, that's it. You can stay just for a minute, please. That's it for today. We've asked those same 3, or I give you those same 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning. So report at 8:30.
Sure, the guy taking your notebooks on your kids and taking all your items. You all rise, sure, follow me.
That brother that's behind Karen, John's brother, did you see how he was staring her down for a few minutes there? It was brutal. I can't believe that the courthouse put that family where they are. Look at how close he is to her. When she was by herself, he was just staring her down.
No, that's it for today. We're good. Thank you. All right, you don't need me for anything, right?
No, I do not, Your Honor.
All rise, please.
All righty. So we heard absolutely nothing about the perjury. Nothing. I don't know if she's going to deal with that with this afternoon.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. You know what a lot of the
There we go. Oh, he was staring her down. It was like, ooh. I think that's just insane to have them literally 5 or 6 feet away from her. Like, we've seen that one guy jump over tables and over to get the judge. What's saying that one of these guys won't go after her? I mean, if they, I just think it's a horrible, horrible, horrible decision to have them that close to her. So it looks like that is day 6. Oh, it was. It was. It was almost spooky. Sure seems like it. It's just not. Oh, you're okay. You're okay. It is. It's just a lousy setup right from the get-go. I don't understand this at all. I don't know how we got this far. I don't know why there's a trial. I don't know how they justify keeping a judge that knows a lot of these people. I don't know how they justify Lolly making objections without giving reasons why. I don't understand any of it. Her not wanting a numbering system at the beginning of this, and then basically saying that it was the lawyer's fault. She didn't say it, but she definitely assumed it. They're done for the day, friend. They're done. Yeah, all that evidence, it could be and probably is tainted in one way or another. Just the fact that so many people had access to it, it was just left out in a grocery bag. It's like, oh my God, you guys. Oh la la. Yeah, it's insane. Objections without grounds. Bev's making assumptions. Dandy. Oh my God. It's just a shit show. She is creating a complete shit show. Have you guys ever seen a trial where they had so many sidebars or so many interruptions? It's the strangest thing ever. I mean, some of these questions should be, have you ever known Auntie Bev off the bench? Have you guys ever done anything with Auntie Bev? Do you have pictures of Auntie Bev? Who follows Auntie Bev? I mean, how does this work? And that's the thing. How many people are in prison right now because of these people? Exactly. I've seen some bad judges, but this is the worst. It's true. I mean, are you kidding? I don't even know what else to say except, are you kidding me? Consistently. All on the mic, off the mic. Oh my God. It's bad. It's bad. Do you guys think like me? They're getting ample opportunities for an appeal should this go sideways? Oh, Lord. Bev would fake smile as she gave you 30 years. She's evil. Yeah. Yeah. Ruthie. Oh my God, you guys. I don't know. We'll see what tomorrow brings. We're going to try. Now, I'm going to be going, she said, 8:30 this time. She's giving them a half hour longer because it sounds like they can't get to the court on time. I don't know. That's kind of my understanding. It's beyond bad. Any day, I'm waiting for the feds to come in and arrest the whole city, all of LE. It's, oh, yeah, heard it through the grapevine, right? It's like, oh my God. Send in the army. So yeah, I mean, my personal opinion is they have to be watching, paying attention to what's going on here. They have to, because they're in the process of working on their own case, and a lot of the stuff that they're probably looking at could very well be intertwined in this case. So I'm thinking that they're going to be paying attention. It would be silly of them not to, right? Wow. Yes, this is blatant lying and cheating. I don't know how they're getting away with it. I couldn't tell you, because the only way I can logically see it is that they are so used to, kind of like the Murdochs, so used to being able to run this area without any problems for so long, that now it's been spotlighted and everybody can see what's been going on there. Yeah, not great for anti-Bev, I don't believe. I mean, we've seen some silly things. Look at the Richard Allen, Richard Allen's case has now been put forward to October. Not this week, October now. That's a big change in that case. So yeah, I don't have a clue what they're doing, guys. Like, they are so all over the map. I don't recall, I don't know, but yet talking to the prosecution, they know a lot and they're all friendly and happy, and then they go as soon as the defense comes, like, they're just dickwads, total dickwads. Yeah, problem is the state will always defend the state. It's a default position. Well said. They're probably comparing FBI interviews and answers with how they're testifying in courts to see if they're lying. That's exactly what I think, Tony. Well said. You said it a lot better than I did. I think that's exactly what's happening. Everything seems to be intertwined. It's a bad, bad look. Yes. Oh, it's about time. FBI is investigating the investigators in Delphi too. Okay, now this I have to look into. I need to see what's going on in Delphi. So you guys might see me in a bit do another live, depending on what I can find on, this Delphi situation. Have you been looking into the Odinism part? Yeah. Sad but true. I mean, it's sad but true. Oh, I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. Isn't that the truth, Tony? Power breeds corruption. There's a fairly large playlist on Delphi if you want to check them out, Ruthie. So I've got a lot on Delphi. Yes, it is. This is basically what they're saying. You see, we'll talk about that case. Like, I will, but probably not on this stream. I'll end this up, and we'll either chat in Discord about all of this. No, it wasn't. No, OJ wasn't even this bad. It was a shite show. Yeah, it is. Delphi is a head spinner. So yeah, let's look into that, guys. So thank you very much for hanging out with me. I appreciate you. You know I do. So yeah, subscribe, like, share, hit that bell because as I say, I'm a random streamer and I'm going to see you guys soon in the next one. Bye.